Drama. I don't know if people keep up with Game of Thrones, but man, it's starting to get good. Okay. Sorry, tired. Long day today. All right, Eric can host. Actually, let's do this. Oh, when Eric gets on, I'll go ahead and switch it over to him. And let's see. Am I on? I guess there's still people watching, so I could just sit here and wait. Yes. And log off. Mumbling again. I know. Oh, wait. Okay. I thought I was muted myself. I thought I muted myself. Yeah, that'd be weird. Hey, Bruins, how's it going? Okay, now there's someone here. Now I have to be entertaining. Oh, wait. Eric. Awesome. I can hand over. How's it going, Eric? There you go.
Hey, how's it going?
Good. All right. You got the con. I'll make you the host.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
No problem. Thank you.
Not a problem.
Eric. Awesome. Yeah, so it's going to be a busy month. Tomorrow I've got a work summit, but I'm working from home pretty much all month. Got parental bonding leave. My wife's going to her high school reunion, 20th year, whatever. So I'll be looking after my daughter for a few days, and then she goes back to work sometime mid-August. So I'll be taking care of both the baby and my daughter while she's working, and then I'll probably be working from home.
Oh, cool.
Yeah. So
Working from home is pretty cool.
yeah, it's alright. It gets a little bit boring. I like going to work because during lunch we play Dominion, which is kind of a card game, which is really fun. Plus you get to talk to people. When you're home, you don't really get to talk to people, which is awesome because I could talk to you guys at night, which is pretty awesome. Hey, Bryan.
Like, I'm more by myself independent, but like me, I like me when I do stuff like this, I am very more personable.
Yeah. So
Yeah.
your place does look a lot cleaner. I mean,
it does.
Bram doesn't even make his bed.
No.
But neither do I. I wouldn't leave. I wouldn't do that either. Actually, I think I read a research paper or some article saying that if you don't make your bed, it's actually better because I don't know. I wish I remember. It's late. It had something to do with the bacteria or something like that, or bed bugs. Something with. I can't remember. I gotta find it. I should find it. I'm just speaking out of my ass right now, without anything to back it up. Let's see.
Oh, I was on YouTube.
Jesus,
I was like, no wonder why I wasn't seeing myself there for a second. I was like, wait, why am I doing this a little bit? Okay. This took a crap, so now I'm stuck with one. But I'm trying to still look for my headphones, like another pair set, but I did order myself another pair of these.
Okay.
Like a 2-pack. So now I'll have like more sets.
Okay, it says it was from an article in Today, which is September. I'm not sure if that's a good one, but
I'll wear it. Just
let's see if they make a source. Okay, it's basically according to scientists who spoke with BBC. So let's go to the BBC article. Bruins was just making his bed. Let's see. See, this is what kills me. they don't need a source. So the Today article went to a BBK article, and it's a Kingston University study. I wish they would have left. Hey, Broken. I wish they would have left a source, but I guess you could just look up Dr. Stephen Pretlove at the Kingston University study, and that's a reason to say to not make your bed. So I love these studies though, because it makes me tell my wife saying, "Hey, there's a reason I leave the bed unmade, unmade, whatever you call it." Yeah. Anyways, that's it. So, oh, I saw Dunkirk. I got to see it.
What'd you think? Just see that.
It wasn't bad. It was good. I think when you go into it, you just have to realize it's the experience, and it's just like a portrayal of war. I thought it was more on the good side than the bad side.
Okay.
It's pretty cool. You'll like one of the only character you'll probably really like is probably the main pilot, and then you don't really get into the details of other people, but it's
Okay.
I don't know, it's worth going to. I think it's just imagine gosh, I don't know how to analogy for it.
Well, they all fought to the beaches, and then they had to hold until they got like every boat that could float across the channel to go across the channel to pick those guys up. I mean, there were just, it's like people's little fishing boats and shit they're going out in and picking up a dozen guys in this, you know, and trying to get back across the ocean, you know, being attacked and everything. Yeah, it was an amazing, amazing bravery, you know.
Did you see it?
I mean, historically, no, I've never seen it, but historically, it was one of those moments of bravery that galvanized the country. You know, really made Britain. You know, Great Britain really kind of jumped both feet in. You know, they were. Everybody, I think, woke up to what was happening, and I think that you know, that it wasn't going to be easy, and that, you know, that there was definitely going to be losses and things, and it was, I don't know, it was both it was intense bravery in the face of an intense loss, is what it was in actuality, but it was just the sort of people. The people that actually sort of jumped in and you know did what those people did to get those guys out was pretty amazing.
Yeah,
you know,
I'm. It gets hard to critique movies these days because, like, when it's a historical fiction, I guess, or portrayal, is you know, it's not like historically accurate, otherwise it'd just be a documentary. But you just like what the movie's trying to do, what the director's trying to do, I think it hit its mark, so that's good in that way. And you never go into a movie thinking, okay, that's how it went down in history, and you take it for granted. I think what most movies do for me is I wanna, when I get home, if it was that good, I want to look up the actual history and see what was different from the actual movie and real history, and then and I think at that point the movie's good enough where it didn't need to be historically accurate. But
Yeah, I could suspend disbelief for a historical movie, as long as it sort of follows the history. I mean,
Right.
if it's a total rewrite of history, that's a different thing. But if it's basically, if it's trying to follow the story and give you like stories of people within that story, that's another thing altogether. I think those are fine. But when they do that thing where they all just totally rewrite a historical event to make it convenient to their storyline, that's a different thing altogether. But I'm not like a huge stickler for, it's like going to movies about that. I've read the books, there's 101 things I can tear apart because they didn't portray it the way it was portrayed in the book, or they didn't do it right. But it's you have to give a little bit to have an actual visual thing of the book you read or the historical thing you wanted.
And here's another thing that Bruins for Cornbread mentions is Bruins for Cornbread calls it, he says it was a complete disaster. It was a myth invented to cover up the fact that the entire British army was annihilated, Navy ships removed, most troops. So for me, I kind of think, a lot of our history, especially wars, there's always been a lot of propaganda. We even have it now. And I think there is a point to that, and that's where history gets so messy, is how accurate is history if news that was covering it wasn't accurate, I mean, just a spoiler at the end, or should I say spoiler? Should I say anything? No. Oh, okay. At the end, one of the characters goes into a printing press to print something about what happened, and it wasn't truly exactly the way it happened, right? And so, we want to, people normally embellish things either for their own gain or for another person's gain, and something like this could have been a big propaganda move to get people excited, to perk themselves up after a loss, right? They tried to help France lost really fast, and so how do you get everyone at home to just keep their spirits up to support another an ongoing war effort? So propaganda has its uses that way, but then was it historically or currently accurate? So it gets really murky. I always hate that.
Yeah. So you're telling me that Inglorious Bastards wasn't wasn't historically accurate?
Oh, come on.
I always thought Kelley's Heroes really happened.
I do like Tarantino's version of history, though. I thought that was pretty interesting.
Yeah, it's definitely more entertaining.
Definitely.
Yeah. My wife's favorite part is because her parents are half German, half Norwegian, but when they count, it's not 1 and 2, it's 1 and 2. So when he asked for 2 beers, he should have gone like this, being one like this, so it kind of got the German officer or Nazi officer to be the SS officer.
That part was accurate. I mean, at least the how he could have gotten caught.
Yeah. I mean, those things are cool. I like things like that.
Yeah.
Okay. Oh, let's see if I clean up some stuff here. Sorry, Angel. Let's see. Where is everybody? Did I get my description wrong? No, because people are in here.
Oh, looks like Storm's cleared out. Oh, thank goodness.
Maybe
that's good.
Yeah, I was going to make sure you weren't underwater.
Yeah, we'll send you around.
Been on anywhere. I was like, I'll be fine. Here,
I mean, 10 inches of rain anywhere isn't good. 10 inches of rain in Florida isn't good, especially.
I mean, I like cloud cover, but you know, that's from like the hot beating sun. But it did rain today.
So,
It was like on and off.
yeah, I feel like this is going to be a short summer, and we're going to get a quick start of winter. It might be a long winter. I just have a feeling.
Let it be long. Let it be long.
Bite your tongue. I could use a little more growing season. Ideas.
Yeah.
I just hope we don't have a nasty hurricane season. And so far, it hasn't been that bad.
Wait, Graham, are you in California or in Florida?
I'm in California.
You're in California. And I know Eric's in Florida.
I'm just thinking about for everybody else.
Oh, jeez.
It's funny because the hurricanes that go through the Gulf actually come up to New England.
Yeah.
I mean, we don't get like bad parts of it, but we do get like, the wind.
I was in Virginia when Hurricane Andrew hit, and it was bad. It was. Really
I was in Florida in Hurricane Andrew, but I don't remember a damn thing.
Oh, I do. It was bad. I've never seen anything like that before.
We were somewhere in Florida, but we weren't, you know, close to, you know, Miami.
Is that a Game of Thrones reference?
Oh no.
No, I'm.
Oh, yeah. Winter's here. It used to be winter's coming. Now it's winter's here, and more jokes. Sorry, it's racist, but it's not racist. It's for Game of Thrones, White Walkers. So. Oh boy.
And what else?
Don't worry, I've heard so many mention of chinks these days. So I watch Alone. So when you have logs, right? You're building something like a log cabin, and you fill in those gaps. Those It's called chinking.
Right.
Yeah.
So they're gonna, so I hear chink for that, and I heard, I think it was like chink in armor or something else to that effect. So anyway,
yeah, that one's the proper use. Yeah.
Yeah.
So yeah, bunch of chinks in
No,
this.
you got me there for a second because that's one I haven't heard in years. Yes.
And here's the thing. I don't think Koreans are meant to be called chinks. Koreans I think are called gooks, because here's why I think there's a difference. So Chinese, I guess it sounds more like chinks, Chinese. I don't know where it came from, but gooks. See, in Korean, a Korean is called a Hanguk. It's that's how you say it in Korean. So I think when there's like the Korean War, people just didn't want to say the whole Hanguk, so they just call them gooks. So I think the racist part of the chink and gook part, I think that's where it originated. That's just my theory. I don't know if that's true, but it seems to make the most sense.
That sounds logical.
Yeah.
Good as anything I could. Yeah.
I don't know. Things like that always just kind of.
Pretty certain it didn't have anything to do with armor. That's for sure.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure of that.
Okay, what else can we? All right, let's start.
Well, let's see. The mooch is out. Kelley's in. And
How do you get fired on your day off?
Wait, what happened?
How does that happen?
He showed up today. He wasn't.
But
the mooch.
He hadn't even started. How do you get fired on your day off?
It was he was there today for that big meeting.
Wait. Can you guys back up?
It's Scaramucci is the guy.
Scaramucci was fired today.
He was Trump's communications director, and Trump fired him.
Okay.
Yeah, well, I mean, how did
really?
It's like I said to my wife, how did he ever see Scaramouche and General Kelley sort of meshing? Where was that action at? I mean, you know, how did he look at that and say, you know, Graham, this makes total sense. I put in Scaramouche, I put in this guy. They'll get along great.
I don't understand how half the shit he does make sense. So why God damn
I mean it's like he brought him in just to be an asshole and like fire a bunch of people and then leave. I mean, that was like the whole job.
It doesn't make any logical sense. It's almost like he watched the movie Idiocracy and is just running the playbook. I mean, that's really what it looks like.
Well, I think with the mooch, it had to do with the mooch is getting too much press. Donald doesn't like anybody getting more press than Donald, good or bad. He doesn't like it. You know. I that's my only guess, man. I mean, Bram, you can have your own guess, but I mean, the really horrible part of it is that dude actually like sold his company and shit to take a job with the White House, and then he got frozen out by Priebus, and Priebus wouldn't get him hired, and then Donald hired him, so then Priebus quit, or whatever, Donald fired him, or whatever, Scaramouche fired him. However the hell that worked, and then he fired what's his name, the other press secretary. Oh hell! All these damn names get me all mixed. He's got so many people coming in and out of that damn White House. I can't remember them. Just starting out, remember them. Maybe that's the idea.
We need to keep a running tally because it's too hard to remember all of it.
Well, and I mean, maybe it's just like you compartmentalize a little bit of information. Like when you're trying to cover up these weird business ties you got with Russia, you like tell one guy this much and then you fire him, and then you hire the next guy so you can tell him the next little bit. So nobody actually knows the whole story.
Wait, he got divorced and missed his child's birth. Well, why would that make any difference to Trump? Trump wouldn't give a shit about that. Okay, there was an SNL skit that could have something to do with it. If they really nailed him on the SNL skit, that would be hard to do though, because the guy looked like a mob boss. Okay, that's interesting, Amy.
You know, I have a theory. I feel like Trump does this to make it look like he's doing something, even if he's not doing anything really, because he really can't. He can't do anything that he can't do anything he wants to do, because he's in with the Republicans, and the Republicans don't want to do anything that he wants to do. They want him to do things they want to do, right? So what he does is he fills the cabinet in with people that the Republicans want, and then he's trying to get stuff that he wants done, and they don't get any of that done, so he fires them when it doesn't happen. So what his backup plan is, I have no idea. But anyways, that's my theory.
His front plan wasn't a good one. You don't start, first off, this is why having some kind of background in government actually is important. Knowing how government works, knowing how to get things done matters in a White House. I mean, so there's a difference between, like Priebus should have been just fine. In a normal White House, Priebus would have done just fine as the chief of staff.
Normal.
Yeah, I mean, with the president.
I wouldn't say normal, I would say typical.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, okay. Well, but he brings in his two kids, so they get direct access, instantly. So you got them, or his son-in-law, who has to have access to the president. It's his father-in-law. But anyhow, and then he has like these other weird cats that he like picks out a freaking, I don't know, some of these people he's got his base with the Bright Bear guy. His chief strategist is Bannon. Yeah, Bannon and Gorka, who are just like batshit fucking crazy. Bannon may be a great strategist, but Gorka's just flat ass, like from La La Land. I mean, this guy, he's good at going on TV. I mean, that's why I'm sort of surprised he didn't move Sebastian Gorka over there. I mean, it may be because he has a beard and he has an accent. He couldn't do it that way. But anyhow, and then he has like a couple of people from the RNC, and then he throws in like 6 or 7 generals and admirals, and which is fine. I do believe that there are military people that are good at running things, and then there are military people. There's like you can't have too much military. You can't have too much of anything or too little of anything to have a successful way of running things. You know what I mean? I mean, it's like, it's good to have generals in there to sort of either stop the overzealous political types that don't think about human life, or to be the one that sort of is the voice of reason, in a time of when things can lay out what the next 3 steps are going to be of ugliness if we do something. That's a good thing to have those people around. But if they're all named like, death from above and, total annihilation, Jones, and, if they're all got these nicknames that is, they're going to go ahead and their only thing they want to do is just commit more war. That's different. But like I said, it's too much of a scramble of people. And I mean,
let's call it what it is. It's a clusterfuck.
Yeah.
It's a clusterfuck.
And the biggest problem is that no matter how good his chief of staff and communications team is, when they come in and okay, this is Monday, we're going to go after this, and this as very important things, and then he just like Trump says, oh, well, I'm against this, and this. I don't know what in the hell, it's like totally turns against whatever the thing is. Or he does some other bizarro thing that takes away all the attention from like good thing they're trying to like roll out. So I don't understand it, but that's his gig,
Just want to do that just for fun.
All right, 917. Is that Amy?
Oh, okay. It comes up as 212 sometimes, or 917. Yes, it's me. Sorry.
Hey,
Eric, can you change her number so it's her name?
Sure can.
Hi, Amy.
thanks, Eric.
Hey,
Hi.
not a problem.
No, I was just calling. I completely agree with Broken Carpenter on this one. I think it completely has to do with the press. I think a lot of it has to do with the press. But he was... The most amazing thing to me is I honestly hadn't watched a lot of news, and then all of a sudden I saw this new character emerge from the Trump administration, and he was the communications director, and he started saying something like, I'm not Steve Bannon, I don't suck my own cock. And I'm like half of America is like a woman. Like, we don't know that that's even possible, or think about it, or even care.
Yeah, it's possible.
If you want to do that,
it's good for jokes.
But it is possible. You answered a CBS. You answered a CBS This Morning question. Like they actually asked that. I watched a clip of this because I was actually very amused by this Scaramucci character that I watched CBS This Morning, which I hate. I hate Norah O'Donnell. Gail King, Charlie Rose was tolerable on PBS with his interviews and everything, but it was just incredible. And one of them eventually asked, if you find the clip, is it possible to do that? And they also had a very interesting word to try to like rephrased, and I can't remember the politically correct term, sorry, but they had a very media ready politically correct term for sucking one's own cock. So I think we should all look that up at some point.
Yeah, I'll share it right now.
That's fun.
The irony from a communications director. Okay, it's not anybody in his administration. It's somebody in PR or in communications, and a lawyer, no less. Like, and I have that background too. I didn't go to Harvard, but I'm telling you that is not a way to communicate with or about people in any sense is the way of doing it. And honestly, if it comes to law, which is a whole other story, I do believe that a lot of performance goes into that too. And I hate it. Like, I prefer to like dissect an argument and on every level rather than give an over the top performance about what has or hasn't been presented. Or even give some of the best lawyers known or memorable in the world, like Clarence Darrow and everything, would have like 3-day closing statements. But it's very also distracting. It takes people away from it obfuscates. It's exactly what the media does. But I mean, if you want to get down to it, that's not what it's about. And you really could do something, I think good in that way. And I try to play by that line. That's the way that I do things. It's not the way other people do things. I don't think I should be hung for it or sentenced to death for whom I'm defending. So, anyway, that was my point about Scaramucci, lawyers, and communication. And that was what...
Well, if it's doing nothing else, it's proven that all these elite schools sure can graduate some people that seem dumb as fuck.
Harvard attorneys have actually ruined this country. Harvard attorneys have ruined this country. And if you go to any party in this neighborhood that you might be invited to, and I get it, maybe invited to maybe 1 or 2 a year, but they're not about the politics, but you know what they think, and you know what it is. So it's very that's been very hard for me. And I live in a household that's and Scaramucci's wife is just like, well, he was a Trump supporter, and and I'm not, right? and that broke them up. I was like, I would have never married someone who would ever have like supported Trump ever. Like, that just never would have happened. Like, you knew what you were married into. You knew you were marrying an ambitious guy. Like, you knew that. You knew he was an asshole Republican who cared about money. That you knew that, and you did that. So, and now she's playing a victim or a hero or whatever it is she's playing. And maybe she has another side to her story, and I would sit down, and if she wanted to explain it to me, I would listen, because I'm a reasonable person. But that never would have happened. It just never would have happened. That's an injury. So he lost his wife and his baby and his family, and he lost his job after 10 days. But he still has $85 million. I know it's not much for a Trump cabinet appointee or staff appointee, but it might be enough to live on. I mean, who knows? You would think it wasn't. You would think it wasn't.
I just don't understand why, if you're the president of the United States, why would you pick somebody like Scaramucci to basically be your de facto representation in the first place? I mean, the guy
has no concept.
I mean, the guy looks like a mob boss. I mean, why would that be even a choice? It's baffling. It really is baffling. I don't understand the guy.
Well, a lot of people from New York or New Jersey look like mob bosses, and that's pretty much what
Okay.
Probably Trump would know, except for maybe Russian business people. And I'm not actually like claiming like political incorrectness here. I'm just claiming, you know, your generic business fraud and dealings. That's all I ever have. I totally think that's possible. I'm not like I think that I thought that was possible from day one. But we're not bringing this to treason, and we're not bringing this to a political argument.
Right.
It's your basic fucking financial fraud. That's what it is.
Yeah.
When I lived in Philadelphia and I went through my apprenticeship, we go to the dinner to get our graduate basically and become journeyman. And I'm sitting there with guys from my class that are from different locals. So a few of them for the South Philly local. I was from out in the Delaware County, which was an Irish local. The South Philly local was a Italian local, and man, it was like the fucking Godfather when their business agent came walking up. I mean, he's all dressed like a really sharp suit, super slick looking guy, and he's got the pinky ring and everything. I mean, it was so perfect, and they're all like kissing each other on the cheeks and shit. I always loved that. I love that sort of. Yeah, that's sort of. That guy Mooch seemed like people I've seen like lots of times, and it was just. I had the same opinion. It's like, okay, I know where this guy's coming from,
Yeah. I don't know. I just find the whole thing to be really bizarre.
No, I mean it was. I agree with Broken 100%. I mean, Scaramucci was going to take up press from Donald Trump, and it doesn't matter if it's good or bad. He wants to see it, and he wants to see people talk about him, and then he can respond to it. Period. It doesn't matter what they say or what he says or what. Being in the bad press is good press to him all the time.
So it's all about his ego, essentially, is what you're saying.
Oh, for sure.
That makes sense.
I should have been a psychologist, except I don't believe in that. Like, I don't actually believe in it. It wasn't scientific enough for me. Maybe Kevin would appreciate that. But it was Kevin. But I mean, it really just, I think a lot of people who become psychologists don't even understand how to analyze something or have, I don't know. Anyway, that wasn't the topic. Where I agree with Kevin is going to be a very small window of things. So.
Yeah.
But Scaramucci really, that interested me a lot, just as a character-wise, and I just thought it was hilarious. He could have done that to anybody else, and I actually thought that he did that with every single one of his cabinet members, because all of them had, they all had fraud things against him. Like Tom Price was my least favorite. I thought that was one of the most criminal nominations that he made. That's my opinion. As a human and as a lawyer.
Yeah.
I can't see how as a lawyer you could look at Jeff Sessions and think anything other than, oh my God. I mean, about the only person he could have picked besides Jeff Sessions would have been that podunk motherfucker from Texas. Oh hell spells. What is that guy's name? The guy used to be a judge.
Yeah. Really?
Yeah,
really?
the guy used to actually be a fucking judge, man.
I don't know.
Who the hell is it?
Hold on, I'm looking it up.
You know who I'm talking about?
Yeah, Louis Gohmert.
Louis Gohmert, thank you. Yeah, Judge Gohmert.
Okay.
I mean, he's about the only person he could have picked worse for age.
Yeah, I have to agree with you, Broken. Yeah, that guy was just wow.
Yeah, no, it was absolutely, it was ridiculous. And I watched. Here's something, and I don't know if you guys have talked about it here, but I did actually watch both days of Jeff Sessions. I had both days off, and I could watch it, and I did watch it just because I wanted to watch it. And I took more out of it probably than any news program you probably would have ever seen from having watched that, because I don't think it did it justice. I don't think it was fair in the actually I thought Al Franken, as much I'm not a supporter of Al Franken, by the way. I think I loved his books before he became a senator, and I like some of his questioning because he's not a lawyer and he wasn't a politician, but I think that his views are going in the wrong direction. So when I say I still support Bernie or I still support Kirsten Gillibrand, I want you to know where I'm coming from, because I did support and I do recognize the good things that Al Franken does, but I would never, ever vote for him.
Yeah.
I just wouldn't.
Yeah.
Because he's not doing the right thing.
Yeah.
But that whole thing, I mean, the ACLU was there doing that. I mean, Black Lives Matter was there. The immigrants were there. Everybody was there. He lied. Al Franken challenged him about being a lawyer in the court cases that he tried when he was a federal prosecutor in, where was he? Georgia? I don't know where he was.
Alabama.
Sorry, the one going the other way, and I don't know which one is in which direction.
Al Franken is very good. Al Franken is very good in committee hearings. Questioning in committee hearings, because he's good with language. He was a comic writer.
Yes.
He's good with language, and he's good at he's seeing when they are using an ambiguous or obfuscatious term. He's good at knocking it down. And he's also good at going through people's he has a good research team to go through people's records and to find things like that. So I give him that. I agree. I wouldn't vote for him. Of course, I wouldn't vote for Kirsten Gillibrand either. I think she's I think to some extent she's the backup. Kamala Harris is running in front of her, and that Kirsten Gillibrand's going to be the establishment pick eventually.
I live in California.
I think they're putting their money on Kamala right now. They're putting their money on Kamala Harris right now. But I think if
Gillibrand came out for single payer, and I wrote her a letter about the First Amendment issue, and she's looking at it. She's looking at it with the ACLU, and I don't know. She's a little brand spanking new. Anyway, right? We moved on, but Al Franken, where were we before though?
We were talking about Jeff Sessions.
Jeff Sessions is no. I mean, he's awful. And the thing is, Al Franken actually, with his questions, brought Jeff Sessions to a point where he lied in front of Congress. He fucking lied in front of them about what he lied to them about what kind of cases he prosecuted for racial issues or tensions from his office, and they're all under him, so they count, but they don't really count. I mean, it's questionable whether they count or not.
He didn't. He wasn't a trial lawyer. He didn't do anything for the cases. No. Just like
I'm a lawyer, and I find that the lines that he took were just not like. I feel that if you're going to give him any of that, you have to go to the less than 50%, the loosest leverage, and give him that much credit. And with that much credit, his fucking record in Congress about racism, about police brutality, and about all of those things, you don't give him the benefit of the doubt. I'm sorry, you don't. You don't. I don't.
Bram will remember these. You remember the old 70s movies like Gator and all the old movies that had the Southern Sheriff.
Oh, yeah.
You know, in the 70s.
Sure.
You know, there was the stereotypical, you know, racist Southern sheriff that used power.
And justice.
And the thing about it is Jeff Sessions is that sheriff as the attorney general.
Buford T. Justice from
Amy,
exactly.
Are you familiar with Earl Warren, former Chief Justice of the United States Supreme Court? You know what he thinks about lawyers? Between 75 to 90% of all lawyers are either incompetent, dishonest, or both.
Kevin, that's not necessary right now, man.
Oh, is that
that's an actual quote right from him? That's from the court you respect.
During Brown and Board of Ed? Is that what you're talking about, Earl Warren? Kevin, is that what you're talking about?
Former Chief Justice of the United States Supreme Court.
Have you ever been a lawyer? Have you ever been a judge?
No, but I've seen enough, talked to enough,
and
I know enough to know how they act and what they do most times. There are some good ones, but there are a lot more bad ones.
I don't think there's an opinion for what they do here, because you know why, Kevin? You have.
That's not an opinion. That's just a quote taken from Earl Warren.
Oh, it's one quote.
Don't take it personally.
One quote makes a fact. Oh my God, Kevin! One quote makes a fact. It's amazing how that works.
But it's
amazing how one quote out of context makes a fact.
It is a quote in context.
Well, it's from a person of authority. I mean, it's from a Supreme Court justice, or Chief Justice, actually. And that's his opinion on lawyers.
One quote in his life makes a fact that the entire country should be governed
No, but at the current time,
no,
I mean,
but if you want to use
our legal system isn't the greatest, and when he said it, it is in context.
Yeah, I just can't. Kevin, there's nobody who can argue with you. There's no one who can argue with you. Do you ever
question the school you went to at all? I'm just curious.
You know
have you asked questions to the teachers, or how do they react when you ask?
I'm sorry, if I didn't, would I be here? There's a very simple question.
No,
I don't want to answer a fucking question with a question, but you know what happens?
No.
Is if I answer you with a statement, you know what you're going to do? You're going to ask me another question. And that's what's going to happen.
But I gave you a quote, and I asked one question, and that's the only. I
don't know anything about Earl Warren. Earl Warren, I think, was Justice of the Supreme Court during Brown versus Board of Ed. Do you know what happened during Brown versus Board of Ed? Something where Earl Warren, actually, as Chief Justice of the fucking Supreme Court, decided that they needed to decide Brown versus Board of Ed as something that was unanimous. It wasn't unanimous. It wasn't unanimous behind the scenes. He wanted it to be unanimous. You know why? Because he wanted black people to have the same fucking rights as white people. So he waited. He waited, and he convinced people to be all in agreement about the verdict, so that the Commerce Clause, which I think has been extended, like has been completely extended. I actually side with fucking, I'm sorry about this, but Clarence Thomas and Scalia over the Commerce Clause, because I think it's been extended too far, because I've read more court cases than you, Kevin.
Probably, but just excuse me one thing. He said that quote, and he overturned that decision, correct? And who was his opposition?
Yeah,
lawyers up against him,
Brown versus Board is still like that's still precedent in America. It's still precedent in America.
But it kind of proves his point, though, doesn't it?
So it came out that he said that he actually.
Oh, he's a horrible person. Don't get me wrong, but wasn't he right? He was able to beat them.
Well, was he right or was he not right? I mean,
There's nothing
about
whether he was. Well, yeah, he did the wrong thing, but it doesn't. Just because you do the wrong thing doesn't mean you can't be correct in stating, "Oh, what happened," or you know what I mean? whatever. I'll just no. Okay.
I have a question.
If you're gonna take one person's quote out of one particular like thing and then make it like
no, I'm just there. There is
for the country
evidence for this also, not just him. Well, that's just a person of authority. You can find hundreds of people that have went along with it. I mean, they not just his quote, just the thing with our legal system in general.
And I have never.
It just seems to me that maybe you try to be a perfect representative,
which you implied last time, Kevin, that my opinion of the legal system is that I agree with it all the time, or I think it functions properly, which is completely incorrect. But
well,
a totally other thing is to actually disregard the Constitution,
like
which is what you are constantly doing. Constantly. Oh my God! Just chill. You get a bug up your ass every time somebody says something. Okay, Erik, I went that far until he told me I have a bug up my ass.
Let's not go that far, please.
What? You know what?
Let's not let it get personal.
Air Force is telling me to shut up.
No, I tried asking you, just started yelling at me.
So clearly that's the opinion on here, that the Constitution
doesn't matter. That's not the opinion, that you just started yelling at me.
No, actually, it's not.
I can handle it. You're right. You're right. Even with arguments, I can handle it. Other people can have factual arguments.
Amy,
I can't help that.
Amy, I let me say this as somebody that uses his First Amendment rights a lot, and in situations that are sort of iffy legally. I appreciate having the National Lawyers Guild there. I appreciate lawyers. And I mean, I think our legal system's fucked up, but I don't think our lawyers are necessarily all fucked up, or even a majority of them. I think that there are a lot of good lawyers out there that are fighting a bad system as best.
Apparently, according to some progressives, you know what? Kevin is better than me.
Well,
so
I bet don't
for me to
Can we record and go over what I said?
Wait, I'm just saying.
Every time, Kevin. Every time.
Let's not make this. Amy, please stop. Let's not make this personal. Kevin, you did a mistake. Amy, you did a mistake. You guys are making it personal. Let's have a conversation. Let's have a discussion.
Last time I hung up, Ebon, and that's what's gonna happen.
Look, it is what's gonna happen because this is an open forum and we let other people talk. But when it gets personal, that's when the discussion stops and we keep having to go around this whole circus over and over again. Okay, let's just keep it civil. We can talk about having these discussions, but we don't need to personally attack each other or make insinuations about each other. That just doesn't help anybody. I mean, people are going to say things that you don't agree with, and you can go ahead and disagree, and that's fine. But we can't just start saying, hey, just because you're this, you're doing that, and this is the type of person you are. That's just an insinuation. We have no idea. We don't know each other's personal lives. We don't know each decisions that we've made that might have been for the good and actually harmful to our own personal lives or agendas. So let's try to at least hear each other out, give each other some space, and try to not, if you want to vent in the chat. Just try not to make it personal and attack each other. Can we please do that? I'll take that as a yes. Alright. Sorry, keep going. Go ahead, Ario. Oh, she's just raising her hand. I mean, people can talk. Did I say something wrong?
No, I thought that I just was saying I was making sure that Amy knew it wasn't across the board. Everybody in the room thought that, because that wasn't my
worry. My issue is that when Kevin started his comment, it was, you could tell that he was aiming for something that was derogatory, toward lawyers, which I didn't appreciate. That's why I tried to put a stop to it right off. You can tell it seemed to me like he was looking for a fight toward lawyers, which I didn't.
Oh, someone's got their YouTube not muted.
Who is their YouTube on?
All right. Like Mike, Jared and Elizabeth Beck, right? We call them great lawyers because they're stepping up and doing things for the good, right, and not necessarily for any personal gain, I guess. I have a friend. I have actually 2 friends and a cousin that's a lawyer. I don't think they're bad people. I don't know all the cases that they've been in, but you know, I'm pretty sure that whatever they do, they're following the law, the legalities of what the law allows. And you know what? We're living in a situation where the politicians that are making the laws are corrupt, and the legal system is probably hurting because of that. And you know, it doesn't matter how good of a lawyer you are, but in a corrupt political / justice system, you're gonna lose. And it's the way things are, and it's horrible. But I don't blame lawyers. They don't make the law. They're just trying to.
In a justice system where they can hang.
Brooke Carpenter, are you trying to say something? You're muted, or we can't hear you.
I can hear you, Carpenter.
All right, I was just gonna say.
We still can't hear you.
Yeah, and they're also facing like, you know.
We can't hear you, Brooke Carpenter.
Am I?
I can hear him. You can't hear him, Ebon?
Damn it. Something's wrong. I thought I was going through.
Kat, do you want to do a test your mic? Same thing with Ariel.
Hi, can you guys hear me?
I can't hear you either.
Yeah, I can hear you. You're faint, Kat, but I can hear you.
Can you say something?
I can hear you too, Ariel.
My mic's working fine. It's just on mute.
Yeah, you're fine, Ariel.
I can't hear anybody. Is it just me?
I gotta go cook dinner. I just.
Oh,
Ebon,
okay.
I think you're deaf.
Sorry, it's my fixed up thing. All right, sorry. I was like, what's going on? Okay, sorry.
I spilled something. I don't want to have. I spilled something.
Sorry if I was talking over.
That there's just that the laws also are screwed up. I mean, when you have mandatory minimums, and you have, you know, prosecuting attorneys that can hang that over somebody's head, and then you have a judge that can't even, you know, do a decision the way his knowledge of the law and his understanding of the case should work, is that he makes a decision. It shouldn't be a mandatory sudden thing, because there's extenuating circumstances in everything. And, you know, I mean, it's like, I just believe in like good, I really believe, I like good lawyers and stuff, and good court cases are fun to read through and stuff. I mean, it's all in how you want to look at it. The law's there to protect us as much as it is to screw us. And I'd like to think that we've gotten to a point where the pendulum's going to start swinging back.
Yeah.
But I still think that Jared and Elizabeth Beck can still win. It's still in the realm of possibility.
What's that?
I'm astonished that the DNC's defense was literally basically, we can commit fraud. It's no big deal.
Well,
yeah, you know, we can go into the back room if we wanted to. We're just, you know, we promise we won't do that, even though we just did. It's like, how can you have a defense of that? I mean, that makes no sense. It's like, you're kind of reading through the lines. I mean, what they specifically said was, you know, if we want, or no, along the lines of what they specifically said was, if we wanted to, we could go into a smoke-filled back room and just pick the nominee if we wanted to, like we did in the old days. Like they don't do that now or something. Like
after what they did to Bernie, why would you expect anything else from them?
But I mean, I guess
it's insane.
I
It's
read
just
the
like,
I read the case law, the one case that Elizabeth Beck mentioned that was like that was Madigan versus, I think it's Madigan versus the FCC or something like that. Anyhow, it was this. They were basically scamming money from vets, if I remember right. It was supposed to be for like disabled vets, and they were telling people that like most of the money goes straight to these guys and this and that, and to get people's money from them, and then they were keeping a large chunk of. They were keeping a gigantic chunk of it, and so they were sued for fraud, and that was sort of one of the basis of their case. And if you read it, it's I'm no lawyer, I'm just a carpenter, but it sure reads like there's a lot of overlap between them. Amy could probably speak to it better, but
well, the thing is, though, the DNC is a criminal organization. Why would we expect anything less from them? I mean, we saw what they did to Bernie. Why would we expect them to have anything else as a defense? They can't claim that they were completely fair and open with the way that they dealt with the primaries. That would have been that would have been obvious bullshit. So what else are they going to do? I mean, in all honesty.
Bram, but isn't that what they claimed for months on TV? They were fair and impartial.
We knew it was bullshit, and I mean, those of us who were paying attention.
People are stupid enough to believe them on TV.
Yeah, I know that. I know that. I'm just saying.
Isn't that horrible?
Yeah, yeah. People bought into it, and people still buy into it. I mean, that's how really sad it is. There are people that still believe that the DNC has their best interests at heart.
Yeah, it's a criminal organization, man.
It is.
Speaking of the mafia, it's basically like the mafia.
They could still lose.
Absolutely, yeah. I have high hopes in Jared and Elizabeth. I really do.
Same here. I mean, they committed fraud. Fraud is fraud, and they committed fraud, so they have to own up to their own shit.
Yeah.
Illegally taking a donation would be saying, I'm taking this donation for a reason to a specific thing, and then giving it to that. And then basically what was it? It was one of those donation things. They funneled some of Bernie's money, during that event. So, I mean, that would be like financial fraud. Am I not wrong? Am I wrong?
They have,
or it's false donations, right? I mean, you're putting up a charity, or not a charity, but a donation thing for a candidate or political figure for a particular thing, and when you donate it, your money doesn't go to it.
And that is the entire argument, because even as a private organization, they have what is called a fiduciary duty to their donors, and that fiduciary duty is that when they take a donation, that donation is supposed to go for what they said it was going to. So they can't sit there and claim their argument is bullshit, because you can't sit there and claim that, well, we make up our own laws and our own rules because we're a private organization, and therefore we don't have to follow those rules because we're a private organization. Well, the problem with that is that you still have a fiduciary duty. If you are taking money, you have to represent that money in the same manner in which your bylaws state that you're going to. And if you go against that, that is illegal. That is fraud. Does somebody have YouTube on? I hear something going on in the background. Is that you, James?
Who do you think it is?
Of course it's you.
I fucking don't know why I always do that. It's like,
all right.
Hi, Joey.
How you doing, man?
such a fucking fuck. So did you guys already talk about Scaramucci?
Oh yeah. How do you get fired on your day off?
But guys, I mean, it's like a revolving door plan with this fucking presidency.
It really is, man. It's insane. We need a spreadsheet just to keep track of all.
I know. No, we need. What's the name of the IBM computer? What's his name?
I think it's Watson or something like that.
Watson. Yeah, it sounds right.
Watson. We need Watson to
Get Watson on the case.
hiring and firing. They need to. Watson should be in HR at the fucking White House.
The problem is Watson will probably melt down.
Too much. Can't handle.
Trigger just pop up on the screen like.
Yeah. Too many.
Watson will blow a fuse.
Just implode.
Yeah, there's some. That's just as like Ariel said. It's a circus, dude.
It is, man.
Since day one, I just knew it, and then everybody's saying, here's the funniest thing, you're fired, right? Just all the fucking time. It's like he brought his reality show to the White House.
Yes,
it's so crazy. What a fucking whack job.
At least it's entertaining.
Yeah, that's for sure. Look,
I always like it when Donald Trump calls out fake news because it's true.
He does.
Yeah, that's a plus.
That's the only plus.
That's what I really do truly follow for Donald Trump, calling out fake news, and it's true.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the sad thing is that he's the only one actually doing it. What's also interesting is I think SNL is going to have a fucking field day with all this shit.
Oh, you think?
Yeah. They've got so much.
Material. Yeah.
They don't need writers. They don't need writers. They just need to have people to show up and just
ad lib everything.
Wow.
Themselves.
I'm impressed as hell at this running government like a business. It sure is just whiz bang. I'm really enjoying it.
Yeah, that's a good one. Whiz bang for sure.
It is such a mess.
Did he sign the sanctions? Did that happen?
I don't know. I hadn't heard.
Yeah, and we don't know for sure if he's going to put signing statements on or what he might do. So, there can always be like some last minute. It's the old Bush Obama sort of cop out. You write a signing statement. It's how you understand the law, even if the law is pretty freaking plain. You understand the law to be that you still have the right to do this, blah, 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 or whatever, and you go ahead and sign it, and it's like makes it non-binding to you kind of thing. So,
oh, that's not right.
Well, they can't do it for everything. I mean, there's got to be a little bit of a legal basis for it, but still, Bush used it a lot.
Was there a particular procedural word for that or something? Or?
They're called signing statements.
Signing statement. Right. Okay, you said that. Right.
I mean, if you looked up Bush signing statements, I'm sure you'll get a hit.
Yeah, he had several.
Same thing with Obama. I'm sure you get hits on him too.
Yeah,
because they both did squirrely ass signing statements. But Bush like set a new record. I mean, he really, because for one thing, Obama never really got anything crossed his desk. He vetoed something like twice, maybe. I think. I can't remember. He only vetoed a couple things, Yeah,
he didn't veto too much.
Whereas the other people have vetoed things a lot.
Right.
And use the veto because the veto is important when a piece of legislation is crap. You know, I mean, if he had wanted to, he could have vetoed the ACA. He could have vetoed the healthcare bill because it didn't have a public option in it.
Mhm.
You know, and they could have had to take it back and try to get a public option in it. You know, there's a lot of things he could have done, but you know, I mean, he gave up on that project like right away. So anyhow, I mean, it's just I think that nothing's ever crystal clear, especially when you can ask your White House counsel, you can ask your attorney general a question of law, and they're both going to give you a go for like really nuts or crazy shit, you know. And there's you know, look, other than sort of, he isn't even a pariah anymore. Oh shoot, that squirrely motherfucker. I'll think of it. I'll think a few minutes and then I'll.
File monkeys. Those damn file monkeys.
Hillary's flying monkeys.
File monkeys.
File monkeys.
The file monkeys.
I told you guys my file monkey story, right? I'm going to tell you real quick.
No.
Okay, here it is. So I've got 3 file monkeys. I got a day shift, swing shift, and the freaking night shift, right? Graveyard shift. So somebody's drinking too much. Because when I access or try to get information from my brain, these monkeys are supposed to go gather the information I need so that I can convey it. But they don't work that well as much as they used to. I think either one or two of them have a drinking problem.
Well, I think
or one's just smoking a lot of pot. I don't know.
I think in my brain, it's more like it's like a warehouse and they're moving shit around the warehouse, but there's like gigantic holes in the floor in some areas of the warehouse.
Oh.
And these guys just push the boxes right in there with the names and stuff in them. I was trying to think of freaking Gonzalez, the Attorney General Gonzalez. That motherfucker would write you up a memo to make anything legal.
Yeah.
He's the guy that said, well, technically crushing a child's testicles in a vice, you know, wouldn't cause permanent death or injury. You know, it was like this. Yeah, I mean, it was
just sick as sick can be. Jesus.
Well, you know, when you're trying to write something up that's inclusive of everything they want to do in Gitmo, you know, you start thinking up real creative ways to say it without saying it.
Yeah.
There's some sick bastards.
Yeah, they really are.
Well, that was all. I mean, to a certain extent, that was sort of Cheney already being sort of a reactionary, but sort of losing it after 9/11. Cheney lost his freaking mind after 9/11. You know, and as much as he kept it straight to make sure that he funneled plenty of money into his businesses, it wasn't. A lot of it was him just like not seeing the forest for they never listened. I guess is the big thing, is they never listened to the actual people that were like, you know, knew something about Iraq, knew something about the different tensions within Iraq,
right,
and understood it from anything less, and you know, from something more than Exxon has done good business down there in the past, and you know, how big the oil field still is, and this and that. You know, it was more of a. Anyhow, y'all know what the history of that is. So.
Have you guys ever seen that old little skit by Conan O'Brien back when during the Bush years, obviously, where Bush is giving a speech on the White House lawn, and over in the corner they see a figure, standing about 50, 60 feet away. And they zoom in on it, and it's Cheney literally just lurking there, looking on. And they start playing like the, like the, that epic death music that,
right.
Very famous. I forgot the name of that song.
I think I have seen that skit. It was pretty funny.
Yeah. And he's just there like the penguin.
Don't you even drop that dude was, he's pure. The only thing keeping him alive is just evil, man. Evil and a mechanical heart.
He's not a mechanical heart. He's got an actual heart transplant.
Transplant.
I thought he had a bionic heart at one time.
No, they had to replace that with a real one.
You're right. He must be pure evil. He stole someone else's heart.
Yeah. He's got somebody else's heart.
Yeah, I'm sure that somebody with his cross section of health habits and everything else, age and health habits, would rise to the top of the donor list for anybody else.
Yeah.
That son of a bitch. He's it's like McCain. I just McCain's McCain, and I'm not going to sit around and say what a lion of the Senate he was, because he's been a fucking.
Let's be serious. He's absolutely horribly voted for every war, and he's trying to bomb everywhere.
Yeah.
Well, he learned early on.
And 1 second, I'm going to look how much money he takes.
A lot.
Shit ton.
The guy's a pretty corrupt bastard.
Yeah, the sad thing too is, we have veterans here. He's a veteran who was tortured, and yet here he is today, for decades, exploiting the military industrial via the military industrial complex. The blood spilled by men, and
that's how much of a jackass that guy is. I mean, he can go through that and still think it's okay to put other human beings through that kind of treatment.
Well, it isn't a good sign. When I brought it up, it said loading chart.
It's going to be a while.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, early on, he knew how to marry well, move to the right place, and use his fame, and that's what he did. He married into the biggest beer distributor in the Southwest or in Arizona.
He's up into the multi-millions to the 20s to 30s.
And he was in Life magazine, everything. I mean, he did everything right to be a politician. And as soon as he got in, he, fell in with the starts with a K, the something 5, the Kins. Oh,
I don't know.
I know you're talking about Carpenter. Yeah,
the Ferocious 5.
No, it was. It starts with a K, and they were all the legislators that were getting paid off and stuff, and we're all caught up in a Kinsey report. Wow. Anyhow, man,
Carpenter.
Yeah,
names I'm horrible with, so don't be surprised. Hi, Kat.
Hi, Kat.
She is in, isn't she? I thought I saw her.
Yeah,
she's here.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Yes.
We can hear you. Over. We copy. Over.
barely.
I'm sorry. I was trying to unmute myself, and a whole bunch of windows popped open. So.
That's okay.
How are
John
you guys?
McCain. Oh, sorry.
Good. How about yourself?
Hanging in there.
Pretty good.
That's good. Glad to hear it.
Thanks.
TBC, John McCain, just in assets alone, has 14 million to 25 estimated, or 25 million estimated just in assets.
Wow.
Alone, just assets, not even donations, just assets he's accumulated.
Yeah, because I mean, between he and his wife, they're
He married well.
they're incredibly wealthy,
Yeah.
and so he was sort of insulated no matter what happened for the rest of his life. And it's, yeah, I agree with you guys. It's sort of grotesque watching him push for war all the time, and just there's a whole lot of psychological stuff there happening that I think is because he's another one that's just flat ass mean. I mean, he's just a mean motherfucker. When you watch him. When you watch him with those like men and women that were part of the MIA thing, whether you believe what they think to be true or not, they believe it, and it's their loved ones, and he had no feeling for those people,
None.
and that was the part that just, how can you just, there are ways to tell people bad news, and that isn't the way. No matter if you believe it or not, those people did, and he was very disrespectful to people that he should be more respectful to. I mean, and he should certainly be more understanding to.
Yeah, absolutely.
He wants everybody to feel his hell. He wants everybody to go through it. I think deep down inside, subconsciously, he wants everybody to go through the torture and abuse that he's gone through, because it somehow makes him feel better. It's really a sick, I think I'm kind of spot on. I think if you were to talk to a therapist or a psychologist or somebody who could actually dig into that guy's fucking crazy ass sicko mind, you'd probably find out that the core of it is, I think he just wants to share his anger and brutality with everybody. He thinks everybody should have that.
Well, here's a chunk from his donation list. He's got 70% of his donations are from small individual contribution and large individual contributions. The small individual ones are, they go together to 900,000, 8% of the total of that 70, and large individual contributions are 62% of it, and that's totaling over 7.2 million. And then PACs are 18%, and candidate self-financing 0. Other 12%. Oh, that's nice. Other, who the hell's other? I'm just looking on the open secret thing for what I can find on there.
Here's an argument. I got into this argument with my dad yesterday over Trump and Russia. And this is my argument. I want to get you guys' take on this. So my dad's worried that we've got this foreign country that might be involved in our politics. And I said, but isn't that the entire problem with Citizens United? I mean, we have, because of Citizens United, we have no idea what countries are involved in our politics. So, okay, so Russia might be, but we have no clue who else is, because all of that dark money is being funneled into our elections, and we've got no idea where the hell any of it's coming from.
Well, I mean, you tell me that the Saudis and the Israelis haven't had an effect on our elections.
Exactly.
They haven't.
Yeah, I was going to say that, Copy.
I mean, that we don't have other, that Japan and other countries haven't, chipped in a little bit here and there, in China.
That's the real story here.
They understand how our system works. And they got to filter it through, and it's got to be like the people's, the APAC and the Saudi the Saudi people for democracy or whatever the fuck bullshit they're going to put up. Human rights, whatever, the Saudi Human Rights Commission, whatever, So
Saudi Arabia was on the UN Human Rights Board, I think. Something like that.
They were.
Yeah, that's kind of insane, isn't it? How can Saudi Arabia be on a human rights board?
They weren't only just on it; they chaired it. It was the most atrocious. Yeah, that was just. Yeah, I saw it.
Well, that's the real story here: is how much does Saudi Arabia and Israel control the United States government, not how much influence does Russia have over Trump. It's like if Russia wants something, it's like they obviously haven't got it. They just got a huge amount of sanctions put on them. They are struggling as a nation right now, like worse than ever. It's like if any country needs to influence our politics, it's them. Yeah. Because we don't want to go to war with them. And right now we are making those people that love us hate us because we are putting new sanctions on them for no reason.
I have one thing to say for the Russia thing. Since we're sanctioning them in some ways, sometimes they don't work at all, or it just creates a private market that somebody else can get more money by shipping into Russia because they can pretty much import anything through China. It's not really a big deal. But the thing is, it also kind of forces them a little bit to strengthen their own economy internally. So in the long run, it's actually kind of a benefit for Russia. We're just kind of screwing ourselves.
It could be. I mean, it really depends on how they decide to deal with it. I mean, that's on them. But they can make it a benefit if that's what they want to do.
Well, I agree with Kevin because all the sanctions they've already put on them have made them more self-sufficient, and they're and as of right now, they're one of the most self-sufficient nations on the planet as far as being able to provide all their own daily needs, and like growing all their own food and not importing all their stuff, and they've really got a strong manufacturing sector over there, and then they also for the things that they don't manufacture there, they still maintain trade relations with China.
They have a lot of hydroelectric capability too that they haven't got access to yet.
Yeah, they didn't.
I mean, they got a lot of capability for wind also, and tidal.
It's the morality of it. It's the perception by their people that for an absolute lie of pure propaganda, we've decided jointly in the two-party oligarchy, which I can say all day long, to cut these people off. For nobody's invading our shores or blowing up ships or doing anything drastically crazy. But what I'm saying is, imagine the people that live there. They're like, why are these fucking Americans doing this in the countries around them and the countries across the world?
Yep.
It makes us, we're the fucking bullies. We've become the bullies. And I think this has been this way for a while, but it's just been more in our faces and in the world's faces that we, secretly we've done this shit. But I think it's just been so blatant in your face bullying. Like even the principals looking at the two big guys, Dumbocrats and Republicans, picking on whatever they fucking want to do.
Yeah.
Whether it's this kid or that kid or the Green Party or this country or that social group or these people over here. They can just fuck with everybody. Somebody really needs to expel them from school.
Completely agree.
It's not a good thing.
It's ridiculous. And the thing is, if let's say that Russia did have an election. Let's say that happened. Where's the discussion about what we're going to do to prevent it from happening again? You don't get that going on anywhere. If we were really that worried about our election machines being hacked, why is there no discussion about what we're going to do to prevent it in the future?
That's probably the most point ever made about this whole Russia fiasco.
Well, the other thing too is right now we're complaining about Russia. Right now,
I'm not complaining about Russia.
We're the ones. I mean, we're the ones fomenting
We're commenting on Russia.
Right. I'm not saying you guys. I'm talking about the media and the politicians are fomenting this Russia thing.
Yeah. Okay. Because I was going to throw blows.
And you're actually right now. We're down in Venezuela, and we're doing that very thing. You know, they have elections. We're doing our damnedest to pump as much money into it and as much violence as possible. I mean, they're just flat out, you know, have made there's a minority that was the moneyed minority that feels very put upon down there. And the School Americas can't have that if there's oil underneath them. So, you know, I mean, and you look at like Bolivia.
I don't even think it's about the oil.
Bolivia has the World Bank off its back. Mm-hmm. And that is the one thing that the United States cannot have when they're, you know, with South America. They can't have them not being either, you know, under our thumb somehow. You know, we have to pick their leaders, and they're not happy with the way the election went, because the election went to Maduro in Venezuela. And, you know, we'll see how long they keep it up. They, you know, they've tried things before, and it's you know, we're paying for this. That's the thing that just pisses me off the most. It's you know, there are people that talk about the idea that we're funding abortions. I couldn't give a fuck about funding abortions. I think we should. You know, if a woman wants an abortion, it's a medical procedure and it's legal.
On the topic of that whole Planned Parenthood thing, they're funding only 3%
funding of overthrowing governments and sort of putting it on the, you know, and starting to import drugs to help fund these things and everything else. And don't tell me it's not still happening. You know, there's got to be some overlap between us letting poppy fields grow in Afghanistan and us having a sudden opiate problem. You know?
Yeah, I'm telling you, it's all the private mercenary companies like DynCorp and Blackwater that we hired to go into Afghanistan and take control of it. I mean, they're the only ones with the money and the resources. And then as long as they get the green light from the United States government to, you know, to keep selling it in here and making that money, and then it's just like, you know, Chelsea Manning showed how, you know, the U.S. was perfectly fine with letting DynCorp throw lavish parties with child sex slaves for all the Iraqi generals. You know, I mean, right. It's not like they're not willing to go low enough. The only thing all these mercenary companies care about is money. That's why I think being a mercenary should be an international crime, and all people who are willing to sell themselves for money, as far as killing goes, should be put down.
The thing that, I mean,
who would have thought a rogue army for money would have been a bad idea?
It's the use of just hard cash going through USAID and through there's some other organizations that have, you know, like, you know, growth in the Americas or whatever. They'll have private, you know, non-governmental organizations as pass-throughs for money that goes directly to these opposition parties in these countries. You know, we're like I say, I mean, it's more than just using the Blackwater and that, and using them domestically with police. You know, that's the next, you know, thing over the horizon. I mean, like, the cops don't have enough shit already. They need to have private people that have no, you know, I mean, my understanding of it is like the laws about discovery and stuff disappear when it's a private citizen. And so even in a security role, that's still quasi-legal. And so if they find something and they narc somebody out, you know, or they drop, you know, a bunch of weapons somewhere and say, whoa, look in this tent. Oh, look at that, you know. I mean, there's just too many iffy things about that. So I'm in total agreement with you guys. It's just, I get triggered about this because it's a matter of, I mean, hey, you know, I mean, it's like, this idea of Russia being involved in our elections is so fun.
Really?
I mean,
Really?
It's like us expelling Russian spies. Well, guess what? They're going to expel American spies.
Well, as far as Venezuela goes, I mean, we forget the role of the IMF in all of this. They're kind of the ones who helped us kick off the modern era and the hemisphere the way it is now.
Isn't Venezuela also denying taking loans from the IMF currently?
I think Chavez, straight up refused to pay them back or something. I think he just said, no, we're nullifying.
I mean, it is kind of, it's a really screwy thing. Oh yeah, use our currency that we loan you. That's kind of, it's like when a country dollarizes, or when Greece, took on the euro.
Well, exactly, dude. They tried to use the same model in Greece that they used in like these third world countries. Just to drain the capital out of a country and like take control of its monetary system, place a few elites, keep positions, and then just drain the hell out of the country. And when they start doing this to European countries, that means that they're cannibalizing themselves.
Well, the way you got to look at it is, to have any money system where it's a centralized thing, they can't just do monetary policy. They can do monetary policy and have it work, but how they're doing it now, I mean, just like ours, we have to do fiscal policy. We have to spend on things every single year. We spend tax every single year. We do that for a reason. And then we have that monetary policy also, through the banks and everything that gets funneled down through all sorts of crap.
The other thing too is Venezuela went through kangaroo courts too, and had like huge settlements from the oil companies and stuff against them for nationalizing their resources. Which I think that's like, hey, if a country,
how do you sue a country that is using its own resources for itself?
Isn't that nuts? Tell me that's not crazy.
Yeah,
the IMF
that's insane.
Shit out of people for decades. They've done this again and again.
I was trying to look the dude's name up because I didn't want to get it wrong, but Evo Morales is the leader of Bolivia. And he's the guy that threw out when Halliburton bought up all the water rights in Bolivia. He kicked them out. He said, no. Water is a right of the people, and he came in and did all these radical things, or what would be considered radical. And, like I say, they don't owe any money to the IMF. They did get a lot of Venezuela during the rich years did do a lot of freeing up of other countries of debt to them. I know that, they did low interest rate loans or something. I don't know how they worked it, but I know that during when the oil prices were high and Venezuela was doing better, they were paying off other countries' debt, so that they weren't under the thumb of the IMF. And Morales kept it that way. And so, Bolivia, he was like the first indigenous leader of Bolivia. And it's a really cool story. If you ever see the movie Cochabamba, it's a documentary about his run for the presidency. It's worth a watch. It's I think it's COCHA. Cochabamba, is that the name of it? You think of it? Let me look it up here. I'm almost there, leader.
It's just crazy that IMF turned around and tried to apply some of these policies within Europe itself. That's what I find very disturbing. Because like I said, what that means is that it's eating itself. It's a system that's eating itself. That system was designed to benefit Europe. Now they're resorting to cannibalizing their members.
Yeah, well, I mean, now look at Greece. Look at Spain.
Italy.
Yeah, I mean, they're trying, and who knows?
I don't know. It's a disturbing trend. You could see the same thing happening in Greece as it happened. that you saw happen in Central and South America with the IMF.
And-
If you read Deterring Democracy by Noam Chomsky, it talks a lot about that in detail.
And there's no doubt we're doing it in Africa and as much as we can in Asia too. I mean, I think the Chinese hold us at bay at Asia, and I think the Chinese have also spent a lot of money and a lot of resources towards African countries, where we've spent a lot towards military hardware. They've actually started like, okay, that movie was Cocalero. I'm wrong. C-O-C-A Lero, L-E-R-O. Anyhow. Or the movie South of the Border. They both are pretty good.
Is it a Western? Sounds like a Western.
It does.
Yeah, I guess.
Cocalero.
No, that's a different movie. Yeah, Cocalero. They show them, you know, they show the places where they stomp the coca leaves and stuff, and where they, you know, it's a good documentary.
There's so much good information out there, and on the other hand, there's a bunch of shit. You know, it's terrible.
Yep, there certainly is a bunch of shit out there.
It's the internet is, you know, it's a double-edged sword.
Yeah.
It's, you know, and
It's
depending on
overwhelming
what
information, dude. There's so much information, no one can sort through it all. They
Yeah.
just overwhelm you with it.
Well, that's what they said, that with all the different videos that everyone uploads on YouTube every single day, they say that there's billions and billions and billions of lifetimes worth of videos on YouTube already, and like every day there's like several million hours uploaded, and that no one could ever possibly hope to ever watch it all.
Well, I guess I'll never get through them all.
It's probably better that way.
Yeah.
The best thing to do is just go through it and filter it for ourselves, really. I mean, you just have to look at it with a critical eye and know that, you know, a lot of it isn't going to be accurate, and just take from it what you can. I mean, it's, you know, just the way it is. It's honestly, it's better than having our mainstream media spoon feed us the crap they want to see, because we know that's bullshit.
Mm-hmm.
Well, it forces us to educate ourselves too, you know, and that's a good thing.
That is a good thing.
And Bram, I wanted to say that you were completely right earlier when you said that the topic of it, like when it comes to the whole Russia hacking our election thing, we shouldn't be talking about Russia. We should be talking about what can we do to our voting process to make it.
Really? I mean, shouldn't that?
Because there was a report that Bastard just did last night that was saying that he think there was thousands of votes illegally switched all across the country. And,
right.
And I'm guessing that those were third-party votes that were switched, you know, to two-party votes. And if we were to change to paper ballots instead of the big machines that are connected, you know, to the internet, or that you can put a flash drive in and switch all the votes on, or even that are just, I mean, they're not reliable. Like they have done tests, and these machines aren't capable of adding two numbers together and getting the proper result. Like they just can't even add numbers together, like 2 + 2, and the machine will tell you 7. I mean, it's insane. So what we should be doing is we should be switching to a paper trail, because if both the parties have to watch, neither party can look inside the machine to see what it's messing up. But if the Democrats are counting it, the Republican can be looking over their shoulder, making sure they're not throwing votes away.
Right. And see, the thing is a lot of people got very upset at Jill Stein for her wanting a recount. And the thing is what she proved is in the state where she called for the recount, you could see that both parties were screwing with the votes. Both parties were. So it was a sham from both sides, and the one caught in the middle were third parties, were Jill Stein
and Trump didn't want the recount. I mean, Hillary kind of put herself in a dumb situation, because she said that she wouldn't, because she made a big deal about Trump challenging the election results if she won.
Right.
So, you know, if she would have challenged him, she would have looked like a hypocrite, and that's why a lot of people think that the reason Jill Stein raised the money to do a recount in one day was because of all of Hillary's donors came together and donated the money overnight to Jill Stein for the recount. But it's like,
I don't doubt that.
None of the Democrats came out and actually supported, the recount besides Hillary. So, which makes me believe that they were responsible for a lot of election fraud, in the machines.
How far would Hillary want us to look into it? She's not going to call for a recount.
By the way, guys, Christian and Broken Carpenter have their hands up, so give them a chance.
Oh, did I? Oh, I didn't even know Ebon. I'm sorry about that.
Go ahead. Sorry, the screen kind of doesn't display it properly.
I'll lower your hand then. Sorry.
I'll do it. I got it.
What do you got, Broken?
Oh, never mind.
I didn't have my hand. I didn't mean to have my hand up.
Anyways, I think that's.
I was just sitting here, man. I don't know what happened.
I think that's part of the reason why she didn't want to recount is because, she doesn't want people looking into the whole process too closely, or didn't.
Yeah, that's the way I see it. If I remember correctly, she actually said at first that she was looking into joining the recount, and then immediately, I think somebody, told her, look, you can't get it because it's not going to turn out well for us, and she immediately withdrew.
Yep, the attorneys had a conversation with her.
Who was that again that wanted that recount? That had the recount? Who was that? Somebody from the Green Party. Jill Stein.
Yeah, I said that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I got honor for that, by the way. I was very, I wouldn't say concerned. I'd say more just kind of baffled by the way she was able to gather so much money in such a short amount of time.
Well, I can't remember who said it, but it was probably because a lot of Hillary supporters.
Why wouldn't our election
matter? You've got to remember, these people are living in a bubble. They don't realize that the candidate that they were supporting was completely and totally corrupt. So they thought that by joining the recount, they could prove that Trump was the one that was actually trying to steal votes. We knew better, but that's because we know what the hell's going on.
Oh, we always know what's going on. This is where you come to get what's going on.
Right.
I love your laugh, Bryan. My God. Wow, it's precious.
So I have to admit, I cleaned my phone today instead of reading the news.
He's a little low.
I think your hair is messing. Oh no, she's muted. Somebody's making some noise.
That was Lucas, I think.
Was it?
Well, James, you're right. We're all just stumbling around in the dark, trying to guess what's really going on. And that's not our fault, man. We should have a fourth estate.
We should.
We don't. So what are we left with? Just trying to talk amongst ourselves and try to figure out what's up.
Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, you're just fine, Kelley.
Yeah,
Okay.
Crystal.
Yeah, you're good now.
Has anybody seen the the movie about WikiLeaks called Risk? Has anybody
Risk?
seen that yet?
Haven't seen it, no.
Yeah. So WikiLeaks tweeted out something about it when it was edited. There's a European version, and then what's her name? The director, Laura Poitras. She edited the American version, and apparently it became more about her relationship with Jacob. I think it's Applebaum or something. And WikiLeaks was not happy with the way the editing we all know how things can be shown in a different light, just through editing. So they were not happy with that version. So I've been trying to find the original, European version and haven't been able to so far. So I just wondered, I know the American version was on Showtime, but I wanted to watch the other one. So anybody knows.
WikiLeaks' problem with it from the start was that she agreed that they wouldn't do the editing for the movie in the United States.
Right, and it was
they
done
would physically do the editing out of the United States.
Yep.
And she broke that promise and then made it a movie about, something totally different from what it was supposed to be.
Right.
According to what the WikiLeaks says. So yeah, I'm jiving with what you're saying. I'm just saying that was the original sin was actually editing the movie physically in the United States.
Mm-hmm. So I guess I'd like to see both for comparison.
So you're telling me they watered it down to basically hide the meaning of it or change it?
Well, I haven't seen either one yet. My understanding of it is that the American edited version became more about Laura Poitras's, it was kind of, about her relationship with Jacob Applebaum, and became kind of this, I don't want to call it a feminist thing, but they were saying that it had more to do with her the focus was more on her and her whatever
relationship with men in particular.
Yeah,
I saw a couple things. Yeah, I don't want to. I mean, if that's what what it's about, I really, yeah.
I mean, I would like to see both to compare, I guess, but yeah. So I just kind of recently, after a couple weeks of reading a bunch of other crap, you guys know what I'm talking about. By the way, I'll just tell you, I checked in and we're on day 2 or 3 of talking about Caitlin Johnstone's appearance. So yeah. So I'm just like, I can't deal with this crap anymore. I'm going to go back to covering WikiLeaks. And
do they have nothing better to talk about? I mean, do they not have nothing better to say? I mean, what is wrong with these people? I mean, in all honesty, what the hell is wrong with these people?
I don't know. I think I have to thank Bernie also for waking me up to the whole, how do I put it? I guess the social justice warrior bit, I mean, you can see, like, yes, all those things matter, but when they're used to manipulate the public and for, the Democrats use those things to pay lip service to things they don't ever fucking change anyway,
right.
Like visit inner city anywhere in this country. I think I don't know that I ever would have come out of that, I have to say, really. So I don't know. I've got, you guys probably know my story. I've got Republicans in the family, so I've always hear them talking, but they are kind of sexist and racist and all those things, so I would ignore them. But, some of what they say about how Democrats use that is valid. And there's somewhere, the truth is kind of somewhere in the middle, but that's basically, they're still jumping all over the whole thing about Cernovich, and I'm just sick of it. I can't deal with it anymore. I did one good thing with my being upset about it. I don't know if you guys happened to see what I put in the messages about Victor Tiffany's little interview with Nico, but it was about the platform that Victor Tiffany's doing. And I thought some other things need to be put in it. So I just suggested it, and I guess he's going to talk to the guy that was working on it, and it might be put in. So I'm kind of proud of that, because I took something that was really driving me crazy and tried to do something constructive.
Well done, Kelley. That's great.
Did you read? Do you know what I'm talking about?
I do. The platform. Yes. Uh-huh.
Yeah. I mean, I don't want to just talk. I really am not comfortable unless they're distant politicians, like talking about people that aren't here. I'd love to have Victor come on and talk.
That would be great.
Or Nico come on and talk. But it was just basically like include stuff about police reform. Like, I think it was 85 or 89% of Americans of all races, all genders, believe we should have body cameras.
Yeah.
So put that in that pledge, in that platform, and having independent investigators when there is a shooting. So anyway, yeah, I put those. I told him that, and I think they might add it in. So, yay!
Did you
But
guys see?
now I'm done with it. I don't want to. I can't do it anymore. It's too touchy, you know. Like it's just too touchy. So I'm going to move on to covering WikiLeaks and stuff like that. So
awesome.
Did you guys see the video?
Stay out of those ridiculous chat rooms. They're terrible.
Well, it's just, you know, it's upsetting. And then we had the Burnstorm party, and they're great people. And then I talked a little bit after they left, but I don't think they liked some of what I was saying. And I'm trying to like relay messages from one side to the other, and then people just get mad at what I'm saying. But I was saying, you know, look, Bernie's disappointed a lot of people. I hate to break that to you, but yes, most people would probably come back around and vote for him. But if we don't if the DNC fraud lawsuit doesn't have a good outcome, and he's running third party, you think it's not going to be rigged again? If we don't fix that, where are we?
Plus, whoever's running against them will take that, you know, the grief and like the problems that we're having with Bernie, and they will blow that up 1,000,000 times and run with it. You know what I'm saying? They're going to use that as a plan of attack.
Right. And I mentioned, you know, I was just kind of trying to tell them, like, look, you know, there are those people that voted for Bernie, but, you know, maybe now they're like, forget it, I'm Green Party, or I'm Trump, or, you know, they're just, for me, it was the Russia stuff, because that's not anything to take lightly. And that really bothered me. And I still, you know, like Bernie and think he's done amazing things for the country, just waking everybody up. But anyway, so I said that. I don't think they were too happy with me, but that's okay.
I mean, you can't be all, you know, rainbows and unicorns. I mean, if you see like a legitimate problem, you know, you have to call that out. It's not that you want them to fail. It's that you want, like, you're worried. I mean, that's the same thing. Like when I pointed out about the Justice Democrats, it's like you want to totally ignore all the stuff with the elections, like the problems that we have with our voting system. And if you're not going to pay attention to that, I mean, it's going to be so easy for them to like rig it, you know, in their favor. So, I mean, and just because I, you know, expressed some kind of, you know, criticism, even though I was behind the idea of it, like everybody was just like, oh, you want them to fail, you know, you're just like extremists. It's like, no, I say this because I want you to succeed, you know?
Exactly. So, Stevie, I don't think you were on here, but Michael, my husband, sometimes he's funny. He said, I'll come on and say a public service announcement. The words that are about to come out of my mouth are not my opinion. They're me telling you what I'm hearing over here, so we can figure out how to deal with it. I forget how he said it, but he did it in this like radio announcer voice. It's like, the words that are coming out of my mouth are not, I don't know.
Did you hear the words coming out of my mouth?
It was something like that, but I don't know.
So here's the issue that I have with a lot of parties, which I'm not even hearing from the Green Party, is addressing the issue. What is it going to take to fix it? Bryan brought up, or somebody I think brought up, Citizens United. I just haven't heard that for like 8 months. Nobody's ever talked about that. That's like the hugest thing in the McCutcheon versus the FEC. I mean, if somebody brought that up, then that would truly mean that you do not want money in politics anymore, you know, or campaign finance reform. I think Bernie's brought that up, or still bringing that up at least. You know, I think Nina has, of course.
Nina has.
That's something that seriously needs to be addressed.
And Jill does talk about it in her fireside chats. Jill does talk about it.
Yeah.
Didn't John McCain used to talk about campaign finance reform all the time?
He
did.
Maybe
Until he-
on his
until he started-
deathbed, he's going to save the whole everything.
No, he's going to wake up from his
no faith.
deathbed and revoke it again.
I have no faith in that.
Kelley, that's a stretch. I don't know.
Sarcasm.
I know, but that would be the most insane thing if that happened. It's like, holy crap.
No, that's total sarcasm.
Answer maybe.
That would him being like this just to everybody in Congress.
It's like, I got nothing to lose anymore.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I made mine. See ya.
Right. I mean, you know.
Well, I don't support the wolf pack solution to money in politics, which is to open up the Constitution and let us revise it. I would not do that in this environment.
I agree with
not
you.
in this environment.
It's
dangerous.
Knocked down. I followed that. I still get the emails, and I'm telling you, it's just going to take a vote here and a vote there, and it's going to get knocked down again. It needs to.
Not even that, but we could end up having something even worse shoved through.
Yeah. Do you think? I think the best place to start would, instead of going for a constitutional convention, how about just get these crazy laws undone that they put in place? Wouldn't that seem like the more, I mean, that's what's causing the problem, right?
Start enforcing antitrust laws. Start enforcing them the right way. That's going to solve all kinds of problems.
Supposed to use, and then get rid of the ones that they've put in place that screw us.
This all started, though. The problem is that this all started with Buckley versus Vallejo when they made money equal to speech. That's where this whole damn thing started, and it all fell apart from then on. And they've just been making it worse. That's where we have to start. We have to separate money from speech. Once we do that, things will start to improve, because they won't be able to just spend willy-nilly into our election system, because it won't be able to work that way anymore.
I'd like to know the technical
separate money from speech.
Yeah, I'd like to know the technical wording on that. I guess that ruling, because I mean, if money is speech, then I mean, minimum wage, aren't you just limiting people's speech? I mean, I just feel like
where's our freedom of speech, right? Where's our freedom of speech when we have limited speech with wages?
The problem is the argument has not been made on a logical level yet. When you have a lawyer with some balls who finally says, okay, well, if money equals free speech, then you've got to just let this guy off who just got busted for soliciting a prostitute, because that was just free speech. That's
he was talking to her.
Yeah. To say, look, if we're going to equate money to speech, then you got to let all these other guys go who just got busted for either bribing a cop or whatever, because again, money equals speech.
Yep, there's all kinds of absurd contradictions, and
there are tons of them.
It's ridiculous. We own the public airwaves, and the networks, with the way they've just handed out time to Trump over and over again. How many billions was it? 5 or something?
I believe it was 5.
Okay. Well, that proves in itself that the networks can manage to give free airtime to all candidates. And we will end this part of this cycle of candidates having to chase money in order to buy advertising. Do it kind of like they do it in Britain or like some other nations in Europe. Give candidates free airtime.
Yeah, who's going to let that happen? I'm saying we just got to have the right people that are going to create the laws that so the majority.
All right, guys.
But see, I
need to stop this to get this whole fucking situation under control, because I'm going to stop this whole fucking stream. If you guys can't freaking handle what the hell is going on, The whole Kevin situation, Amy and Ariel's leaving, whatever. But if you guys can't figure this fucking shit out, I'm stopping it all. You guys can handle it yourself.
What's up,
Tell me a
dude?
solution.
Like, we're not even talking about that.
I understand, but people in the live chat are.
Oh, I'm not even watching.
I don't need this shit anymore. Okay? It's not like I hate anyone personally or whatever. I'm just trying to have this open platform for you guys to have, and all you guys are doing is creating more drama. All I care about is you guys not personally attacking each other and having a civil discussion. And if you're too sensitive about it, I can't help that. And if you are personally attacking someone, yes, I can kick you out. That's what I can do. Okay? But I can't stop you from not wanting to be here. I'm sorry I'm yelling. I'm just getting really pissed off. And we've got bigger things in this world to worry about, except for people who agree with each other 99% of the time. How are we going to change things in this world if we keep doing this shit?
Well, if we want to find people who disagree, what we got to go do is search them out and bring them in here. People who can talk.
Yeah, but are we going to allow them to talk because we just don't feel like feel like they're troublemakers?
You got to take control, and if they're not letting people talk, then out you go.
But we do let people talk. Even Kevin, he hasn't said one bad thing about Ariel since he's been suspended. He learned something. He can't learn anything if he doesn't know that he made a mistake. Okay?
Of course.
So I think James had written up some pretty good bylaws and rules and stuff that maybe we could get posted and put up so everybody understands. Because I think it would really, it would really suck to have this not be here. I think most of us can operate. There are always going to be problems, but yeah, I mean, that's why I had to step outside of that other drama, because it just goes on and on and on. I don't want to speak specifically to this issue unless we're going to all talk about it. I think
let's talk about it now, because otherwise we're not going to talk about it ever again.
Let's get it out.
So I just wanted to say, I heard a quote while I was at the summit, and it was a really good one. If you're arguing, you're losing. So if you find yourself arguing with people on here, it's like, okay, the way I approach things is like, if I'm trying to understand where they're coming from, I'm not trying to get my point, like, I want to get my point across, but first I want to understand their point. And I think that that's how we should approach this, like, try to understand where the other person's coming from versus I want you to understand me. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's where all the emotion and, like, the anger and all this stuff flares up if we just made a better attempt at trying to understand where the other person is coming from. But, and if you do find yourself getting angry, because I had to do it the other night, you know, it's like, okay, let me just take 5 minutes and go get some bunnies because, you know, I'm getting pissed off. And I know that that's, once I get pissed off, nothing good's going to come from this exchange, you know, so.
And having some mutual respect for each other, you know, I mean, and trying to approach things not from sort of not jumping into somebody right away, but easing somebody through a conversation, I think is better than, I think we do it well for the most part. And that's why I don't, you know, want to see sort of issues. And so I really feel like people can come on and have differing opinions. We just have to watch the volume and the mutual respect thing. It's sort of how, you know, how people come across. It's important to, you know, but I don't think that, anyhow, I've said my piece.
Well, it's just like anything else. You're going to come across people who can handle themselves in a public forum, and you're going to come across people who can't. Now, is honesty the only criteria that we have? Like, what are the limits on tone and language that we're setting?
Well, I say
we just, if we keep, like, just kind of let Ebon manage it, I think we'll get along just fine.
I can't
like
be
I said,
here all the time.
Well, or the moderator.
Yeah.
Like I said, though, I think what it comes down to is not coming in here with an antagonistic approach, because that immediately sets up an adversarial type of conversation, and that usually does not go very well. So coming in from a respectful position, you know, in one, like Stevie was saying, of trying to understand the other person's perspective first. I think that's important. I think that's necessary here. And that was honestly that was my original issue with where Kevin was starting from with Amy tonight, is that he immediately went after lawyers with this quote from Warren, and that's what I had a problem with.
Well, it's like Ebon says, you know, you're going to come across people who are a lot crazier than Kevin.
Yeah.
You know,
and along those lines, it's like, you know, this was something that was taught to me, and it's been super helpful when it comes to like conflict, which I'm terrible at. But like when you start the sentence with, instead of you, it's saying, well, I feel like this, you know, when you do this, instead of starting off like with the you and like finger, like once you start name calling, or once you start like kind of pointing the finger in the other direction, it's just like automatically the defense goes up, and it doesn't matter what kind of facts or logic you have, like that person's not going to hear it. So, you know, it's like always best to be respectful if you want to be understood, you know?
Right.
Well, I think also when things like this happen, that people that are both the angry people need let the other people speak, you know, to get in, because I tried to get in to assure Amy that, at least from my perspective, lawyers were cool. I mean, you know, that I have plenty of reason to still like lawyers. So I was trying to, I mean, we all have to sort of play our part in sort of calming things down too, guys. I mean, you know, as far as when things sound out angry between people, there's plenty of stuff we can say that pertains to what they're talking about, but isn't at that tone. And you know what I mean? I mean, it's good. It's good for everybody to sort of be taking their role as sort of not an instigator, but as sort of intermediary of sorts. You know, at times, I think that I think that people being righteously angry and stuff about things, that's going to happen. But people sort of being angry with each other, us not sort of stepping in, I wouldn't let people fight in front of me. You know, I mean, I don't know. Maybe I'm.
Yeah, I know what you're saying. Definitely, if someone starts screaming "fuck you," like,
well, as a group,
shut it down.
Well, but as a group, we just have sort of a responsibility to sort of just lower the tone when something like that happens. Not to try to stop the discussion, but lower the tone. And that can, you know, that's, I mean, that's really not that difficult for a whole group of people to be able to do. I mean, especially if we insist that we step in to speak. Anyhow.
See, there Broken goes again, taking the words out of my mouth. Son of a bitch. But anyway, so it's from my perspective. From my perspective, it's, and I came in late. I just jumped right out. I didn't want to get drawn into it. I think that we all have respect for each other's opinions. We're fighting a bigger, more scarier monster out there. If we're trying to force our opinion or our way of doing things on other people, then maybe we shouldn't. Broken's correct. The tone, we got to be careful with the tone. And then at the same point, we all have to be human, because I think humans have 2 ears and 1 mouth, right? So we need to listen more, and which we do. I just, the biggest thing is for me is, you know, live aloha, man. That's it. Just live, I mean, we've got good love in here. I think there's a good core feeling, and sometimes we're just not going to agree. Kevin isn't crazy. He just uses a lot of expletives, and I just think that's fucking awesome, because so does Hard Bastard, and I do too as well, without saying, excuse my French, which I don't care about. But the thing is I appreciate all your guys' input. It helps me. When I go onto my stupid Facebook of supposed 5,000 friends, I say some of the things that you guys say. When I go to my Twitter that I'm finally starting to build up, I use some of the stuff you guys say because it helps my point get across better. I'm not arguing. I'm just throwing out information that I'm gathering that you guys have already done research on, and it helps me to debate better. And that I want to thank you all for doing. Mahalo.
Well, my brother from I agree with my brother from another mother because you know, I come in here and sort of put on, I have my grumpy face on most of the time just because I'm not happy or I'm just not feeling like smiling. I get to put on my happy face and come in here and be, you know, reasonably social, which is really groovy. So, you know, I think that it's our sort of responsibility. I'd like to say it's a group thing. It's a group thing, and it's a like he's saying, light in spirit, but deep in content is good.
So it's too bad Aeolus isn't here with his level-headedness to say just how about don't be a dick.
Yeah, it's basically that easy, really. You know, I mean, I don't understand why some people have a hard time doing it.
I always been saying that I'm the ignorant one, so that's why I listen so well to other people, because I'm like, I don't know, half the time I don't, you know, all this stuff's new to me, so it's just kind of like, well, I mean, we're here, out, you know, might as well. You might be right.
Stevie, you're too humble. You're so ahead of us on so many things.
I spent the first week or two.
I just recognize my own stupidity.
Well, I spent the first week or two listening or watching the shows over again right away to see if I said something stupid, because I always worry that, like, I said something, oh my God, what a fucking jackass. I always worry that I did that, you know, at some point. And then I just think, okay, I watched it. No, I didn't say anything stupid. Good night.
That's why I don't watch it.
All right. Well, listen, I don't want us to have to kick anybody out of here. I think that's not what we're after. But at the same time, if two people are going to leave because of one person, that's a problem too. So I'm going to just cut to the chase and say that I mentioned this to my daughter earlier, that something was up. I only know a tiny bit. I don't even know the whole deal. But she came on, as a couple of you know, the other night. And she said, I was on the first time I'm on, and I hardly was on at all, and Kevin interrupted me twice. And she said, I did apologize. So I want to say that I think Kevin is getting a lot better in communicating with everybody. It sounds to me, although, Kevin, I'm sorry, I'm going to say I still feel like you try to pick fights sometimes. And maybe you just like the debate. But I think you could be a little bit less, I think I don't know, if you want to goad somebody into being gullible or prove them wrong, I don't know. But it sounds to me like a little bit of what's going on is that there is some stuff going on that's not on the air, that happens over in the chat or whatever somewhere else, that causes a problem, and then those people that are interacting don't want to come back on. So can we let's just follow Aeolus's advice? And I mean, I don't want to see Amy and Ariel not come back, and I would like to see Kevin, you know, handle this a little bit better, and I think he is doing better, but there's still issues, like the joke. I'm just going to say, I think that was kind of meant to be a dig, and maybe I'm wrong, but anyway, I just think it would be a little bit more pleasant. We have so many battles to fight. And
Well, we've spent a lot of time discussing this now. I mean, Kevin, like you're not crazy. Like, I kind of was just, what I meant to say was, like, there are real crazy people out there. Sometimes you got to talk to.
Excuse me, Kelley, what joke? Are you talking about the Indian joke?
Yeah. I mean, it was
just
funny,
some stupid joke I heard before. It was about a cowboy eating
maybe
turds.
Okay.
I thought it was funny.
It was funny. I just think sometimes you just like the
It wasn't
debate.
like a racist joke or anything. It was just
just you know what? I just don't want to see. Like I said, I don't want us to have to ever boot anyone out, but I also don't want to see good people leave because of issues with one person. So what do we do here?
Well, I think like everybody should feel comfortable. I mean, everybody should feel comfortable being here because we're not going to let anybody be mean to each other, and we're not going to let anybody shut anybody else up. So, you know, they shouldn't be leaving. I mean, except you need to go cool off or whatever, but like, everybody has a voice here, and I don't want to take that away from anybody. And so I really hope that they do come back.
Hey, let's not use names anymore. Hey, no more names. When you start putting a name on something, you're pointing your finger at that person.
Well, I know everyone was speaking.
Let's just say that people do this and people do that. I'm not going to say anybody's name.
Okay, so people, maybe if you're feeling you have a confrontation with someone, don't engage like in the chat, off the air. And if it happens on the air, then we're all here to sort of see it and discuss it and talk about it. But if you're engaging off of here, then it might cause problems that then get brought here. And I think that is something we want to avoid, right?
Right.
Yeah, I think it's like the problem is that some of the people feel like, you know, they're going to be harassed if they come in here and talk, and like they feel like they're going to be, you know, like, I don't know, like bullied or, yeah, like for lack of a better word. But like, you know, they should, I want them to know like we're not going to allow that to happen. Like, you know, but that is not, you know, this is a place for discussion. And once you start bullying or once you start, you know, being, you know, mean to people, it's like that's not a good conversation. That's not a debate, you know? So like, you know, those people should feel comfortable, and you should also feel comfortable to say what's on your mind too. So I don't understand why we're clashing so much, you know, like, can't we just fucking be nice? Sorry.
Yeah.
Well, I didn't even know there was anything wrong that much. I mean, I know that Ariel's upset the other night, but like other than that, you know, I haven't really been able to tell anything's been up. I've just been having a good time coming on here, talking to everybody, giving my opinions, and getting some back. And it's like, you know, like James said, I always feel smarter for having talked to you guys and gotten other ways, you know, of thinking and other opinions and ways to think about it and ways to talk about it, you know, and different points of view. And, you know, it's like I've made a lot of new friends since I came on here. It's like I get to talk to people with, you know, different, like more different, and it's the same time more similar political views than all the people are like around where I live do. Like I would, you know, I get challenged way more by people who are like me but come from a different place, you know, and if they're intelligent, you know, like, you know, like if I read something and learn about something, and then Snorks actually had experience in it, and he like told me what my understanding of it is completely wrong. It's like, wow, that's like, you know, a big change, you know, that I just learned and had to undergo. But it's like, it's a good thing I talked to Snork about it, because otherwise I wouldn't know. I'd still have my preconceived notion, even though I'd never actually done it, and just knowing what I've read off the internet. It's like, you know, all of you guys, you know, a lot of you guys are older, so you've traveled, you've been to other places in other parts of the world, you live in other parts of the world. You know, I've only been to places for vacation and school trips, and most of them, you know, have been, you know, here, like where I live. It's like I've been to New York City for 3 days. I've been to Toronto, Canada for a week, Niagara Falls twice for, you know, a few days at a time. Once when I was too little, I remember Disney World for a week. You know, it's like I haven't really been to any, you know, places like where you get a cultural exchange, you know, for an extended period of time. So it's, you know, I feel like I learn a lot when I come on here, and it's like getting to travel to other places and meet other people without, you know, having to spend a bunch of money and gas to like try to.
Okay, I'm gonna throw this in. Yeah, Kevin can be a little well, you know, we all can be very confrontational.
Go ahead and say it, Bram. I'm an asshole sometimes.
No, hold on. It took me quite a long time to get to the point where I'm at now, because as many of you know, I used to be in the Nation of Islam, and my whole point was to make people upset with me. I did that constantly because just to get a rise out of certain people, particularly white people, because I wanted to see what kind of reactions I could get from them. It took me a long time to get to a point now where I can just sit there and talk to people and really converse and get an understanding of where they're coming from. And I know that Kevin can do it too. I know that we all can. So we've just got to remember that where the other person is coming from is somewhere that we haven't been before. And if we just listen, we can get an understanding for where that person is coming from, and it'll make us a better person for having done it, for having sat there and understood them.
I agree. And it's like if all I wanted to do was get in an argument, I mean, I'm sure Ebon and I could get in an argument really easy. or Brav and I know that I could get in an argument with anybody here just because I've talked to you guys for several nights now, and I know we all got buttons that can be pushed, and I don't. That's why that whole thing with Tim and HA and Len Johnston, I'm trying to stay out of that stuff. I mean, it's just, it's like you only got so much space in your head, right? And so you rent space out. Like you give space, you give apartments to your family and your loved ones. They have apartments in there that they have space that's guaranteed. But then you rent space to other people in your apartments. Now they got to watch for the boxes dropping out of my memory floor, but that's another story. But I'm just trying to do more of that lately. Is not start renting space, and that's just I'm more at peace if I spend a little bit more time reading news and, going through it, and then spending a little bit of time just jamming the fuck out or watching Baywatch or doing whatever the hell I need to do to just sort of shut my brain off, and sort of, so confrontation for confrontation's sake doesn't throw me, but for each.
So here's the thing. In my opinion, just like my dog, he had professional trainers come to the rescue to try to train him, and he was never taken because he couldn't be trained even by professionals. But they do things differently than I do things, and I do differently than they do things. But my dog would not be here tonight if I didn't know how to train dogs. And to do that, you have to let them make mistakes, and when it's a mistake, you correct it. Otherwise, they will keep doing the same thing. Now, Kevin, I believe he has learned, and he is learning, and he's not a dick for dick's sake, right? I don't call him an asshole because I don't think he's an asshole. And the thing is...
You just imply I was a dog.
No, I'm talking about behavior. I'm not calling you a dog.
I'm just saying that. I'm just laughing about it. I'm like, wait a minute.
It's just any type of behavior. It doesn't matter if you're a dog, but you can't correct a behavior that you perceive as bad.
I get what you're saying.
Unless it happens and then you correct it. It's just like that for kids. And my wife hates it when I do the same things that I do to train my dogs to train my kids, because it works, and that's why I do it. But I know that my kids are kids and humans and not a dog. Anyways, what I'm trying to say is, I think Ariel and Amy, I don't think their perceptions of you are ever going to change, Kevin. And I don't ever think that they're going to come back if you're around. So how do we resolve this situation? Is the fault us? Is the fault Kevin? Is the fault Amy and Ariel?
I don't necessarily think it's anyone's fault per se. I think that it's more of whatever is between Ariel and Amy and them, it's, you know, it's their choice if they choose to come back, you know, and we can't make them come back. And if they choose not to come back, that stinks, because I know how much we all love having Ariel here and how much we all like hearing about Amy's perspective and, you know, where she's coming from. But if they choose not to come back, you know, we can't, you know, just sit and wait for them to come around, and we can't ban people. You know, that's like the whole thing with college campuses. It's like we can't ban someone because they offended someone else one time, you know, and any other person didn't get over it.
We also can't have an atmosphere of bullying where people that are maybe not as, I don't want to say strong, because I think they're strong in different ways, but people that don't like confrontation and don't want to get into those kinds of arguments are going to go away because someone else is being that way. And I think we kind of, like, if we want to compare it to middle school, if there's a kid that isn't tough enough to stand up to a kid that's being a bully, it's the teachers and other people's duty to kind of step in and do something. So I don't know. My biggest advice, I think, with this, and I wish we could have done this already, is like, stop engaging off the air. If you know, between people, whoever isn't getting along, then just don't engage with that person off the air, because whatever goes on, if it happens on here, we're going to deal with it in an appropriate way, I would say, right? We're not going to go. So, but I just think if we just go, oh, okay, well, and we've lost some voices that we might miss, that's not cool either.
Can I just ask a question? I came in late. Is this all just something that happened tonight, or, I mean, I was trying to catch up through chat, or is this something that's supposed to have happened started another night?
It happened between Kevin and Ariel maybe a week ago.
Yeah, I remember that, but I've been with Amy.
The Kevin and Amy thing happened, I don't know, 2 days ago, 3 days ago? It had to have been at least 2 days, because we don't do anything on Sunday. And it just got brought back.
I don't remember any big showdown between them, but then sometimes when I'm in, you know, the live chat, I'm not always catching everything that's being said here. But I mean, I think, to me, it seems like Kevin's been trying, and he has, you know, been doing better, you know, but he's not just going to be able to go and change his whole personality. He just maybe needs to get a little better about not interrupting people. But, you know, I thought I was actually actively thinking the other day that Kevin's been doing a lot better with trying to talk instead of shouting people down.
I agree. Like, I think that, you know, the interrupting people might still need a little bit of work, but I think it's been getting a lot better, and it will continue to get better.
I just think that sometimes there are people that aren't as aggressive verbally in debate, and they want to get their point across, but they're not going to be someone who's going to, you know, and is that what we want here? Do we only want people that are, you know, alpha, you know? Sometimes other people that are not so outspoken or not as aggressive verbally have good points to make, and I don't want to see that shut out either.
Well, I think that, you know, we should just make it clear that, you know, if somebody has a viewpoint that you disagree with, you know, then you don't personally, you know, come at that person. It's like you just, you know, ask them, you know, if you disagree, just, you know, tell them why you disagree and ask if they're able to, you know, reinforce their viewpoint to change your mind. You know, that's a polite way of saying, will you debate me, without having any sort of, you know, aggressive, like, language. You know, like, it's just like saying, you know, are you able to, like, just know that I disagree and, you know, change my mind, you know? And if not, well, then that's okay. We heard your viewpoint, and we can all give our 2 cents and move on, you know? And it's like, if they have to be able to, like, handle hearing other people's viewpoints without getting upset, like, it's okay if, like, to get upset if you are being like, verbally abused for having that viewpoint, you know, like, I think that there are certain viewpoints that shouldn't be tolerated, like racism and, you know, anti-Semitism and, like, all that kind of stuff, like those trolls that came in a few weeks ago. But I mean, if somebody just is getting shouted down for having a different opinion, that's different than you know, having a polite disagreement in ideology.
I don't know, maybe, yeah, I think when things, if it seems like something's getting out of hand and somebody's being overly aggressive amongst ourselves, then maybe we should all just step in, you know, who sees it and say, look, step back, you know, and stop it right there and deal with it right there and, you know, say, you know.
So I could have the moderator have more control over it so that it's their say. So say Bryan was hosting it, he would probably just kick Kevin out. Maybe if James would, he'd be probably keep Kevin in and keep Amy in. But you can't keep people in, that's the only problem. Amy leaves before we can resolve the situation. You know, Ariel left. You know, she's not seeing this. It's also, you know, and then if anyone has a problem with what the moderator did, if they ban you for that session, then just come and talk to me, I guess. Either direct message or whatever, saying, hey, I shouldn't have gotten banned via this part. And maybe I just make the decision then, whether they continue on or not. So I don't know. Is that what everyone wants? Is that just moderators to have more power over the discussion?
Omniscient power.
Well, I mean, I think in the moment that would have to be done. That's the only way to do it. And then have to be discussed later. But I understand some of this did happen on the air, right?
Yep.
I missed it. Okay.
Well,
but I guess there was. I think really, I just want to say it a third time. Don't engage with somebody you're beating your head against the wall with in the chat and off. Just don't if it's bothering you that much. And that goes for both parties. I would just say don't.
Yeah.
Well, I think that there's a certain extent, and rather than sort of kicking someone out or doing something like just muting them and stopping the conversation flow for a second, sort of calming things down a bit. I think we can do that as a group. But the moderator needs to be the ultimate maker sure that somebody jumps in, you know, because sometimes it isn't easy. But
I think
I mean, as much as I think the group should be is sort of in charge of calming things down. We're responsible for the room as much as anybody else. Mm-hmm. It's just that the moderator has to sort of have like the ultimate authority to just mute somebody and try to calm things down or whatever.
Oh, our mute isn't permanent here.
Right.
But you can, I would say if someone is, just boot them. They can come back on and then just tell them why you booted them. And then if there's more of an issue, just boot them and lock it, and then we'll try to, you know, deal with it later. If they ever show up, we just keep kicking, whatever. But I mean, I don't think we should use that. Fly, did you have something to say?
Oh yeah, I was gonna say there needs to be more respect towards people in their belief systems. In any situation where you have people that are believing in one thing and other people that are believing in another thing, there has to be that respect there. If there's not that respect, if you're coming in confrontational, if you're coming in ready to beat somebody down with your belief system, it's destined to fail. You can't take away people's belief systems.
Yeah, I like those DeWalt batteries. Those are good DeWalt batteries.
The lithium ion or the nickel cadmium?
I think they're what kind are they? Lithium? No, he's totally right. No, we're not going after each other. I don't think that's. If somebody has a disagreement, I've heard Bryan say it. I disagree, and then he'll wait, and then he'll let the person say their piece, and then he'll say, "My turn, thank you," and then he'll at least get his point across, and it's just about the conversation. We gotta pretend like we're all sitting at the dinner table, you know, having a beer, just hanging out, and you know, everybody wants to have a good time and keep the conversation going because it's a very important conversation.
It is.
But at a certain point, we've got to know when, you know what, maybe I shouldn't say this or maybe I shouldn't say that because I don't want to hurt anybody's feelings, you know. But that's and if it ever happens, it's an accident if it's coming from me. But
like I said though, James, I used to be an asshole and
you still are, Graham.
Used to be.
I left myself open for that one.
That was like a hangar bay door open, bro.
Yeah.
Good job.
But you're so reasonable now.
It took a long time to get here.
Yeah, it's like Carpenter Dad had to say and do things differently than I can in my life, you know, and I always had to come home and become Dad, you know, and so you had to like instantly stop swearing, and I mean I could do it like that, you know, and my wife was always amazed because we were able to, on the same line, say, you know, what's your sister-in-law on the phone, and then turn around and look and say, hey, here's your aunt on the phone, you know, that we could do this family relation thing to speak to each person in their language. But I feel like we've talked this out now, and I really feel like we, as a group, we understand what we need to do. I think the moderators understand kind of what they need to do, and so I think we need to, you know, and I'm in agreement about Kevin's been good, you know, I mean, as far as I was considered, you know, I mean, I thought he's been doing just fine. You know, he's had a couple of these kind of things where he's went off on somebody, but I think he's just got to be careful on who he's got to be. There's a sense of familiarization of knowing where people's buttons are and don't not pushing them. You know, I mean, unless it's just, you know, burning desire, but try to pick out somebody else and blow it by them first, and let them respond to it or whatever. Yeah, whatever. I don't know. You can dig what I'm saying.
I hope Ariel and Amy will come on. I mean, I know if I'm moderating and there's an issue, I'm going to deal with it with the help of everybody else. So, but of course, I don't know.
Well, if I start gaining weight and getting fat and sick and ill, I'm going to blame it on Ariel not coming back.
You would, James.
I would. And I need that legal information every once in a while from Amy.
Well, we'll call her in if we see you eating the Lay's potato chips, you know.
Yes, we will.
Or the Hawaiian jobs.
I don't have any Lay's potato chips.
That's because you just ate them all.
No. I know you don't. I'm saying if you start eating them, we know to call Ariel and make sure she comes in for a visit.
Well, I know we need to wrap it up, but I don't know that it's resolved. I don't know what else to do.
Okay, so we're going to be a little bit more controlling, I guess. So whoever the moderator is, it's that moderator's rules.
And can we get James, where can we put his great thing that he wrote up about all, like, guidelines?
So just let me know if you want me to post it during your hosting session.
It's in the beginning of the chat. Yeah, if we sense this hostility of somebody kind of clashing, we have or you guys or whoever's, you know, hosting just has the ability to say, just mute. It's just that simple. Because I know Ebon came in pleading, and I was just like, just mute him. Just fucking mute him, man. You know? And he was trying to be cool about it. He was fucking trying his hardest to be cool about it. But at some point, we just gotta lay the hammer down. Just gotta lay it down.
Hey, Shirley.
I was thinking about that. I was thinking about that scene. It's in Kelley's Heroes where Telly Savalas looks at Sutherland and says, what, you know, he starts yelling at some of these other people running around, and Odd Jobs looks at him and say, "Take it easy, Big Joe. Some of these people got big feelings, you know." That's you know, some people got big feelings. We understand that, and I think we can sort of, you know, I think we're all pretty schooled in sort of disengaging people and trying to quiet things down. I thought we have enough experience across this room that I think we do fine. We can do fine as long as everybody just steps up and does their part.
Yeah.
Hey, who's ever? I've had management classes where, you know, you have to take these classes, and they're little certificates on how to resolve issues with coworkers, blah 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 blah, and if there's any kind of situation that happens, how to delegate it. But this is a different forum, so it's not easy. But the thing is at a certain point, we just gotta, hey, you know, hostility. I'm sensing some anger or sensing something that's going in a direction that we really don't have time for, because we're trying to save the planet and all of its inhabitants. God damn it!
Yeah, let's direct our anger at things, you know,
in the right direction.
Yeah.
I've actually had, like, honest to God, like, peacekeeper training, you know, from this guy. Man, I wish I could remember. The place is named after a guy died in prison for political protest, like against nukes or something. And it's like this house in Portland, and they do these trainings and stuff. And they've got these things, like, guy's a professor at one of the universities. Now I wish I could remember that. Anyhow, he was great. I mean, he really, you know, there was like a whole evening too. You did some speaking, you know, you did this, like, talking in a circle, and then exercises, and then we had dinner together, and he did, like, stories during the dinner time. He was a Native American guy, but it was like with the real social justice nuns and the Catholic Church or the Friends. I think it was like a group of them that got together, and they bought this house. So it's like the Peace House or something. It was a groove, but yeah, I mean, so it's sort of, I don't know. It isn't hard. Everybody here seems like they do well to be able to do that. Just need to step in, you know. I think there's people here that have experienced sort of going from you know, if I was part of the problem is I read about politics all the time, and if I got angry at everything, I justifiably angry about. It sort of starts driving me crazy, you know, and I'm ouchy with everybody in the world. So I like being able to come here and sort of, everybody maintains an even strain about things, you know, and we get along. And I think that's, you know, we should, at this point, I think that we've all kind of talked it to a point where we're at somewhere now, at some agreement, as to just how we should handle things in the future as a room. You know, just consider it a room full of people, and if two people started arguing at a party that wasn't the kind of party, I mean, I've been to plenty of parties where arguing and punching each other and, you know, doing everything short of setting somebody on fire, well, even that, but, you know, is sort of fair game. But I mean, this isn't the room for that. So I think that we you know, anyhow, y'all know what I think.
Yep, we're with you, brother.
I think as far as the current conflict that's going on, I don't think that any of us in here, other than the people who are actually involved in it, know enough about what happened outside of here, like outside of like the Ring Central chat, to actually make a decision on, you know, if anyone should be removed. So I think that, you know, it's all just a matter of patience and letting everyone cool down and come back, you know, like let the cool heads prevail and let everyone just, you know, chill out and come back whenever they've thought on it.
Hey, Cheryl.
Hi.
You got anything going on?
That's that Nancy Pelosi. I know you guys talk about that other stuff, but everybody needs to learn how to get along, like Rodney King said.
Yeah. Yeah.
Everybody going to agree and disagree. And all that leaving the room and stuff like that, I don't like that. Because, like the one guy called in on the show saying I sounded like Aunt Jemima. I didn't get all flabbergasted and say, oh my God, I'm never coming back on this show again. I stayed on. You guys got rid of them. You know?
Yeah, if I would have been next to that guy, I probably would have taken off half of his face. Just saying.
Yeah, I mean,
I would have poured syrup in his mouth till he drowned.
Yeah.
That's what I would have done.
Syrup boarding. If I was sitting next to him, I mean, I was always like sitting at the bar, and whatever I drank, I used to be returnable bottles in Pennsylvania, which are heavier. You know, they're made for multiple refills. And Lord knows if he was sitting between me and James, he'd have got smacked in the teeth with that damn beer bottle. He'd start talking that way. You know, there's just some things that we won't put up with, you know, and I thought that was pretty clear, but, you know, that night, I guess it wasn't.
That's what you call an Insta-boot.
Yeah.
But I
So
don't
what
know,
was this
Amy
about Pelosi?
In the Hill, she said she does not care if the Democrats don't win in 2018. My husband sent me that link. I'm like, oh my God. And then she just raised $26 million for the Democratic Party.
Good grief. I was really hoping you would get broke.
They're not getting money from the regular people because the DNC didn't really raise any money from the people. 15 million left.
She's definitely laying out a line that it's not her fault. And if the purists on the left would just let her run the blue dogs that she wants to run everywhere, including in places, you know, we're getting pretty damn sick of having, you know, there are women. I voted for them several times, but you know, if they ever get primaried, both Cantwell and Murray up here in Washington, they've done nothing for us as far as sort of representing the state sort of politics. They'll represent Boeing, they'll represent Microsoft, but they won't represent sort of the feelings of the people as much as they should. I mean, you know, and it isn't just the super delegate thing. It goes beyond that. It's like, you know, you name any lousy piece of legislation and they were involved in it. You know, the people that held up Bernie Sanders thing, one of them was one of them. I don't know. You know, they're just, we've got a lot of, she wants to, she's trying to keep the establishment alive, and she isn't good enough on TV talk shows anymore. She just isn't quick enough, and we've got to have people on these talk shows that are a little quicker. And Adam Schiff isn't the guy either. Neither is Kamala Harris.
Oh,
you know, I mean, you know,
Obama 2.0.
They're rolling out a lot of people. I feel like, I'm less than excited about. Let's see. I know
I'm in California. I got into a huge argument today with a Kamala Harris supporter on Twitter. I don't understand where these people are coming from. I don't get it.
They're like drug addicts. They like drug addicts. They hooked on money. They're hooked on money. They like heroin addicts, but they hooked on money.
That's all. That's that. Thank you, Broken. I didn't know Broken. Oh shit, that was impressive. That was
every once. I got to look up and get real close to my phone and poke at it, so it's not necessary.
Rare.
Yeah, I mean, I hit documents the first time I was going to share some. Night, Lucas.
Well, I'm going to bed, you
Thank
guys.
you for your insight, future president.
Night, guys.
I'm going to bed, guys.
Good night.
Good night.
No, Dianne Feinstein, I'm telling you right now, what's really pisses me off is I used to really like these people. I used to really support all the Democrats. I used to really be in the MSNBC. I used to really, if I go back even further, I used to watch Fox. I'm sorry. But it's just, once you start to really notice and find out what's really happening, and it's not just from independent media, it's not just from Facebook, not just from Twitter, it's me just asking the questions myself, looking up the sources, doing my own referencing, doing my own due diligence, and finding out what's really happening. And then all of a sudden I'm fucking pissed. And then I start watching and listening to people that are actually kind of talking against the grain of what they've been bringing forth in their propaganda. And I go, well, shit, they are right. I'm not saying a lot of these people on the right that are spewing out information all the time are perfect and right, but some of the things that they're saying actually are spot on. And this actually comes on both sides. So the sad part about all this is if you're watching CNN, if you're watching MSNBC, if you're watching Fox, if you're watching, whatever out there, BBC, you've got to take all of it with the smallest grain of salt and then do your own research. That's the saddest thing about everything. And the only person I've really believed, that I've actually only believed in the past, I'd say a year and a half now, that I kind of became more familiar with. I knew he existed, but was Julian Assange. It's just like, it's the only piece of information that's never had to redact anything, never had to apologize for their information, ever. I mean, isn't that amazing that all the major news outlets out there, and you guys have heard this 1,000 times, but I just find it so amazingly crazy that Julian Assange, a guy they're being harbored in a house that he can't even get out of because he's afraid of being killed by Shoe. And then you have all these other freaking people out there that are saying whatever they want, whenever they want. It's just fucking it's just, we need to have a law. We need to have a law. I'm sorry, we need to have laws against propaganda or something of that nature. Am I right? Is there a way we could do that?
No, there's a law that allows for propaganda.
Well, yeah, that's what I was just about to say. That thing in right at the end of the year, right there, or right at the beginning of 2017, the Countering Foreign Propaganda Act, and it's just this craziness. They just say, "Oh, we can lie to you all we want. We can do our own state media propaganda thing, and just all sorts of crap."
Yeah, well, domestic propaganda was always illegal up till then. It was always sort of a given that was illegal, and so people didn't do it, or they did, and when they got caught, at least people got caught. I don't even care if we have like a truth commission. All the bad shit we've been doing out on the table once and for all, and just decide as a nation, because if we're going to have a democracy, we got to make some intelligent decisions, and we can't decide shit when we've got a military, so they can't do domestic, okay? But if the military is blowing up Iraq and parts of Kuwait to kill Iraqis, they can set up a stage and a whole setup with video screens and everything, and have impressive press briefings. Now, to me, every press briefing, instead of being looked at by the people that are giving us news on the mainstream news, should be looked at as propaganda. you know, and any press release from the government should be looked at that way. And why are somebody, until we kind of know more than we know, everything should be questioned from them, from either side. I'm not like picking sides here. I think both, it's a continuation of a bad situation that we're in, where our government does a whole lot more than they say they do, and they do it right in front of us. That's the other thing. I mean, it's just like, you know, like James is saying, they do it to us right in front of us. And you know, the Podesta emails were great because they proved how the news is programmed by the actual people that are subjects of the news. You know, the very people that should be getting their asses chewed out on TV by these news people get these softball interviews, you know, with soft lighting and Vaseline on the camera to make, whoever, Mrs. Greenspan and Hillary look better, you know. They sit in the room with the flowers and the, you know, whatever. I mean, it's all propaganda, and so that's why sort of digging through other sources, finding other sources, and like James is saying, comparing them against each other, because you got to look at it like I said, RT, I wouldn't trust them as far as news about Russia. News about America, I have a lot more trust. Whether they were involved with screwing with America, I don't know. You know, I mean, if it wasn't very effective. Unless they were flipping votes somewhere, you know, it wasn't effective. And so that should just be, it wasn't, let's put it this way, probably had a nominal effect on the overall election, right? So I'm like James, I get triggered by it because it's a dumbass. The mainstream news is there to spend a lot of time trying to tell you things without telling you things.
Gaslighting you.
Yeah, well, they'll tell you something's happening, but they'll tell you something's happening with a totally different story than you would get if you get it from other news sources.
So misinform you or leave out details to skew the actual events.
Yeah, exactly. Not even being outwardly untruthful, but just using language. Language is so important, and like I think James was saying earlier, that sort of symbolism and things is very important. I think that understanding how you know, the modern age of advertising and everything else went through and picked our brains apart to figure out how to push our buttons, you know. And so they do the same thing with the news, and that's how they get us in wars and, you know, keep us there. Because every time there's, you know, they can dig up some story, no matter what, every time there's a time that looks like half-assed peace happening.
Yeah, so the great thing I love about Hard Bastard is, and the Humanist Report, and I think the secular guy, and Sane brings us up to Sane Progressive, but the greatest thing about Hard Bastard is he really dissects everything, and he just tears up in a great way. He tears up MSNBC. He's torn up Fox. He's torn up CNN, and he shows the reasoning for their propagandist narrative. Like I'm going to show you an example of one that he did earlier, which was this one about everybody at MSNBC, and then fucking Richard Engel, of all fucking people, jumps in and starts throwing in the buzzwords and the patriotic hate Russia words, and you point this out. You don't really notice it until somebody's told you that it's there, and it's sad because we get it, and we have Hard Bastard, and we have all these guys to show us what's kind of really going on, and it's not farcical and it's not fiction what these guys are telling us of what's really happening. I mean, we can see it ourselves. When you kind of watch how it works and how all of it is laid out, it's so blatantly marketed by these people. And for you not to catch it, it just means that you're stuck in that place. And I've been there. I just wish there were more people that could just find a way to just step back. You know, it's like get the hell out of the box, at least peek out the window to see what's really going on, because we don't want to fuck with a country that has more nuclear warheads than us. You know, I mean, not that that's going to happen. That's pretty far-fetched. But, I mean, just basing the sanctions off of nothing. And and everybody knows it. And it's just sad that we've got so many people like that just buying it. You know, I got a bottle of air I can sell these fucking people.
I really pressed that topic with the draft group, and they agreed. They're not happy with it either, but I'm like, this isn't a minor issue. This is a big issue for me, for a lot of people.
There's a lot of people.
Anyway, I think, right? I mean,
Yeah.
I could excuse a lot of what Bernie was doing up until the Russia stuff, and then I just, that's serious.
Yeah, especially when Bernie has, a lot, there's some that have lost the trust in him, but there's still plenty of people that still, believe his word is gospel. And when he gets up there and just regurgitates this freaking, already pre-planned narrative, it's so gross, because it's not just him. He's not like, Joe Manchin, I mean, like, people take him seriously. So when he says it, it gives it so much more credibility.
Right. Yep.
And he's smarter than that, I just don't get it. Like, where's all that fire from the primary? Did they just squash all that? I mean, he wasn't taking shit from anybody. And then it was just like, well, okay, well, I guess I'll let Hillary take the nomination, and I'll just I'll just go along with this. It's just like, what happened to you, man? Get it together.
Well, earlier today.
Well, they said Debbie Wasserman Schultz had the Amram brothers doing some malicious things to Bernie. And now she's been investigated by the Congress, somebody in Congress now, for keeping that guy on all this time after all the other Democrats fired him.
Well, that's
happy.
Yeah, that's one that's sort of opening up as we sit in here. That story is going to keep on. That's a story that's going to keep on giving. Depending on how far everybody looks into it. But and I don't necessarily. I'm not saying that it goes to anybody being shot or anything like that. I'm just saying that at this point, they know enough bad things that it isn't totally inconceivable that the Arwan brothers are the source of Julian Assange. I mean, that could happen. As well as anything. But I'm more of the opinion that I trust Julian Assange, and what little bit of information they've given us has been a clue in what they've done since the Seth Rich murder. And that's the only thing that the only thread that I even hold on to as far as the Seth Rich murder. The rest of it, but that's the only thing that sort of sticks in my craw that I just can't get out of there, because that's it's the exact same thing they did when Chelsea Manning was was in prison. They started up a legal defense fund for her. They did things that were sort of in the affirmative, supporting her, but not admitting she was the source. And so I that's where I stand on that. But the Iwan brothers, just what they were doing with all the info and where it went, and all this money floating into Pakistan. I realize that Washington's there for everybody to steal from, but they were they were switching money over in very particular ways. It turns out that the titles on land aren't subject to the same regulations as say the just straight money, transferring money to Pakistan. Okay, so what they did was they put a lot of money into housing kind of things, turned that over, and sent the money straight into Pakistan where it'll disappear. So.
Yeah, because when Amran got caught, he had just sent like $300,000 over to Pakistan.
I don't know. Every day it seems like there's more money they find, but yeah, I'm just the opinion that that's the story.
And thinking back, in February, Fox News broke about the Amran brothers being investigated by Congress, but nobody didn't. Well, the other mainstream news never reported it. So people like, it's nothing to see here, but now this is all coming out now. And mainstream news really not reporting on it.
The 2018 primaries are right around the corner, and nobody's going to be as excited to sort of ruffle Debbie Wasserman Schultz's feathers as the Republicans, let alone all the activists that are down in Florida that are on the right side of the issue. But I think that one's gonna, they've got something there that isn't just straight. Something ain't right there. So
I hope Tim Canova can beat her.
We'll see. I mean, Canova there. I like the guy that's running against Pelosi. Joe Manchin's got somebody running against him.
Yeah.
There are a lot of people that are big that I want to see go down before, I don't necessarily care about taking over the House either, because the House isn't believable. You could take over the Senate, but I can't remember how many. I don't think the Republicans have as many seats up this time, which is good, because that means it'll roll around to next time. It'll probably be more Republicans. So.
All right, so
there's a couple of people that tried to send me chats on here, and I have a terrible habit of checking that, so I'll check it like every 30 minutes. So if you were asking me something, like just like say something on here or whatever, because I'm so bad about checking it.
Well, at least somebody has fans. But anyway, you should. Okay, so H.A. Goodman has been all over Debbie Wasserman Schultz for good cause. The last thing he said recently, and I think his last YouTube video, was that Debbie Wasserman Schultz was still paying Armand, whatever the fuck his name is.
Yep.
Yeah, until he got busted.
As a consultant to technology, he wasn't allowed to be on, because see they had thrown him off the House system, and so he wasn't allowed to have access to the House system. So how could he be a technology consultant or whatever they said he was, if you couldn't look at the technology? I mean, it was all like, yeah, she kept him on the payroll, and that's just shady as hell too,
Yeah, that's just
and her threatening the Capitol Police.
Oh yeah, that was. I talked about that, and when that happened, the Capitol Police, that guy was sitting right there, and that guy should have went, what consequences? Could you elaborate on that? Nobody asked her that question. Even in the media, nobody asked her. So what kind of consequences are you fucking talking about? Nobody asked her that question. What are you going to stop funding? You're not going to give them any armor anymore. They're going to get worse. Not enough bullets. What the fuck? What kind of? I mean, what else could she do but just kind of screw up their funding. I mean, that's all she can do, right?
Exactly. That's kind
which
of
nobody ever does to the police anyway.
Well, and she could like add an amendment on a bill to protect the property of the house. You know, that if it was deemed their property, you'd have to give it right back, even if it involved, you know, murder. You know, it wouldn't matter because it was a member of the house's computer, so it meant something. You know, that whole scene in that, but see, that wasn't a big hearing. That was just a small hearing, so she could get away with it, and she will get away with it because for the same reason Joe Manchin's on CNN all the time. You know, the people that they want to stay in power, they're going to keep pushing. Joe Manchin's on CNN like 3 times a fucking day. He's like, he should just get paid as a host.
Oh, speaking of Joe Manchin, Paula Jean Swearingen is doing an AMA tomorrow on Reddit. Let me see what time it is. It starts at 1 or 11 a.m. Eastern to 1 p.m. Yeah.
Well, okay, so like I said, and I brought this up before, I'm going to say it again. H.A. Goodman brought up the fact that Kim.com had this information to prove that he knew for a fact that Seth Rich, his username or code name was Panda, and that Panda was the leaker, but that never happened. And I keep harassing this guy. I can show you all my messages. I haven't stopped. I'm telling you. You know, I don't. You know, what's he gonna? You know, I'm some peon anyway. But the thing is if you make that claim, like if I came on and told H.A. Goodman, hey H.A., I have absolute proof that blah 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 blah. And then I don't produce. His reason why he's not producing is he says he wants to have a hearing in front of Congress and have protection so he won't be arrested for civil cases that he has for the company that does torrents and all the torrent, whatever else that is. But that
he's got Mega Upload. That's the thing he does. It's like a file sharing thing.
Yeah, Mega Upload. Perfect. So, and Kevin, you know this. You know what a deposition is.
Yeah, I'm aware of the situation with Kim.com. He may or may not have evidence. I'm not sure of that, but I kind of like to look at the thing Ebon did before with he went over the data transfer rate. He 5 gigs in 5 minutes. So that means it's got to be a really good network it's on. And those networks have to be connected. So, you know, for a fact, it had to be within the vicinity of the DNC. It had to be somebody in there that would have done that, you know, or had access to do it in the first place. So my thought is, and then nobody else is being called out for it or found out anything about it or no information. And we just happen to have one of the people dead. I mean, and, you know, it's like too many things, too many coincidences.
Yeah, the thing about Kim.com is he's kind of a P.T. Barnum. So I'm like a put up or shut up kind of person.
Yeah.
I feel like, yes, he could give a deposition sitting right where he's sitting. You know, he can give a deposition in international waters off New Zealand. You know, it doesn't matter. They can take a deposition anywhere. They could fly a fucking clerk there, swear him in, and do a video thing of him with the Congress. You know, whatever they needed, they could do. It would be a hell of a lot easier than giving him some sort of, you know, limited time to be in. That whole deal was like he set up an impossible demand so that he could just get his face out there. And I mean, I feel like if he has the information, he should just put it out there because I'm with James. He can't just live off of, well, I got super secret friends kind of thing,
I also think he's trying to resolve and get rid of the damn crazy copyright bullshit with the U.S. government.
Oh, no doubt. He's a copyright activist, and I give him. I mean, I feel like I don't know if I'd have taken it as far as he did, but he did what he did.
I don't know. I could only if you were in that situation and you wanted to try to. I mean, you have information that can be used as leverage. So I don't know. Maybe not. Until I see something, I don't know.
Yeah, with him, I just felt. I mean, maybe he does have information. It sounds possible, but the whole thing when he was like, I have this announcement, and then you had to scroll down through his whatever videos, and it was just that was kind of crap. So
you got to remember too that copyright is really that is a democratic side. They're the ones that try to protect copyright.
Mm-hmm.
And Republicans protect patents, Democrats protect copyright, because all the music studios, everybody that pays into the Democratic Party from the entertainment industry,
Hollywood, yep,
that really matters to them. The thing about Kim.com was he did all this sort of knowing that it was pseudo legal, and somehow he made money off. I don't know how he made money off of it. I never understand how these people make money, but anyhow, he made a lot of cash off of it. And if he gets away with it, great. But I mean, I don't think. Here's the thing. I think if he really had it, I really think that little KKK elf in the AG's office would jet his way over to New Zealand to talk to Kim.com personally, and Jeffrey Beauregard Sessions would shake his hand and make a deal. If it would really put Hillary and the Democrats in a corner, he'd be all over it.
Yeah. Yeah, it was.
So by doing that, it would kind of expose him and everybody else too, because that would tie back into the leaks that happened and the collusion between Clinton giving him $5 billion. I mean, basically, they'd be accepting it all as fact instead of denying it and kind of obfuscating and not talking about it, or having media completely avoid the topic or say we're the only ones that can read it to you, or some crazy things.
Hey guys, did you hear about Joe Arpaio was found guilty today?
No, that is so fucking great.
Yes, he was found guilty of criminal intent, violating the judge's orders from him stopping illegal immigrants. Wow. I don't know how much time he's going to get.
Yeah, well, that son of a bitch. I hope that judge just sticks his ass into there.
Oh, he could get 6 months in jail.
Yeah, trust me, he's not going to see jail time. They don't do that. But you're right. He should see, that son of a bitch should see 6. He should just have a 70-year sentence to make sure he dies in there.
Yeah, because he was
another one that I can't. Anybody goes around bragging how tough.
I believe it was Lucas that brought this up, but the richer they are, the more the sentence applies. Like multiply it.
But this guy's worse. This guy abused power. And that is something, I mean, abusing money is one thing. Abusing power should be treated to in another degree. Because, it's sort of like Dante's Rings of Hell. That one's pretty low down there, man. Kind of screwing over people that way and just railroading people into there and then treating them like animals.
Yeah, because the way they were living over there in the, I guess the so-called prison, it was like, wow.
Yeah, his tent prison for people in pink underwear, because that was some sort of, yeah. I mean, you know.
So that's where it starts.
What?
Pink underwear. In prison. What? I didn't hear that correctly. Obviously.
Well, I mean, dude did things like had six investigators on the city prosecutor, the city attorney, or I don't know, I can't remember. It was like, you know, the attorney was telling the city, listen, you got to do something about fucking Arpaio because this is not good. And so Arpaio started looking into everything he could try to dig up and just leaking shit left and right. And yeah, that whole court deal with him, you know, he's probably, like I say, he isn't going to see jail time, but the son of a bitch deserves to be in there. You know, he was one of them assholes that was the first one to have like a Jeep with a 50 caliber machine gun on it because he had incursions of heavily armed drug mobs, you know. And hey, man, there may be some heavy shit going down there, but you know, pull the fuck back. Then you're the sheriff, not the fucking Marines, you know. Yeah. And well, I mean, isn't it, according to like last time I heard, it's really illegal to target a human being with a 50 caliber machine gun? I thought that you could only shoot. I thought that the joke was that you shoot their canteen, you know, that you're shooting equipment, you know, ha ha ha. But you know, it's like, who the fuck shoots? He was a bad redneck cop.
Yeah.
Let's just put it that way. And a crooked one at that.
They're out there, and there's some in the. There's a lot of I went to a 4th of July party about. Oh yeah, I saw that. I posted on my Twitter a while back. I posted on my Twitter fly. But I was at a 4th of July party about 2 or 3 years ago, and a Huntington Beach police officer was wearing the not the actual flag of the you know, the South. Fuck, I forgot. I can't believe
Confederate.
The Confederate flag, because they don't know what the real flag. The real flag isn't that flag. The flag that they wear with, you know, the whatever. He had a bandana on. He's just gallivanting around, some big white guy. And he was from, I think, and he got transferred by. My friend said, Jim, just stay away from him. And I was like, dude, that's just not right, man. Because anyway, so he's just flaunting it around, and everything was cool. And I was just, you know, that's I don't know. I just thought it was wrong. You know, they just do it. So they don't have to be rednecks. They can be surfers. There's people here that are the same way, that say, hey, dude, what's up, bro? Dude. You know, they could be from anywhere all over the fucking country, bro. And they can.
Oh yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
I mean, he was just so egregious, and he ran it like you were talking earlier about the 70s movie Bad Sheriff. He was the 70s movie Bad Sheriff all over again. You know, Louis Gohmert, him and Jeff Sessions could get together and just hoot and holler, and you know, I mean, they'd have a good old time together.
I would like to say those kind of people are just idiots. I wouldn't. I don't know. I wouldn't exactly call them a redneck. You know, I don't want to associate. I don't claim them. They're not my people.
yeah, I know. Because I try not.
Even rednecks reject them.
I try not to use that because I like the term. I like using the term. It's the West Virginian redneck, which is different than everywhere else redneck. I prefer to think of it that way, but that's
only
because
I know. I know, but there's the meaning that everybody else knows redneck. So like, even I'll do it. I'm like, oh yeah, he's just some redneck, like meaning idiot or whatever. But like, yeah, I'm like, that's not one mine. Not my kind.
I've been called one enough to know it, at different times.
Yeah.
So I mean, I probably deserved it, but.
I know people would like see my name and they're just like, oh, so you must be one of those Confederate flag, toting, you hate black people, all this crap,
But the thing about this sheriff was he was making Latinos' lives a living hell down there, man.
Yeah.
I mean, if you're a legal dude driving down the street, you get pulled the fuck over and got to produce your papers, and you've been living. Your family have been living there a hell of a lot longer than any Arpaio has been living there,
And that's what Trump wants done.
Well, the thing about it is their crackdowns have been, they're really sort of targeted at places where there's been, where there's sanctuary cities. They love sort of, going to the places where there's some sense of semblance of order about it. I mean, because you're gonna have undocumented people in the country. You just are. Until the economic system's changed, it's gonna stay that way.
Well, what were the land of the free? We allowed the immigrants to come to Ellis Island.
I believe in legal immigration, everything else, but I think also there's a lot of people, they're just hardworking folks that come from bad circumstances that I have nothing but sympathy for, because they get treated like shit everywhere they go. And, I have sympathy for those people, they're but for I, or however that saying goes from the Bible type peoples. And
I see the Mexicans and stuff hanging up at my neighborhood Home Depot, waiting for somebody to come up to take them to a job or something, and then to make some money.
Yeah, well, they come up, but people drive up there and hire a few of them for a day to do work around their house.
Well, I mean, honestly, if we really wanted to cut back on immigration like that, I mean, first of all, we legalized marijuana. And quit with this damn, drug trafficking stuff that's putting people in harm's way. And we wouldn't be, exploiting their workers. So, by our companies. So, that's like the biggest driver right there is why we had like that, or why we did have that influx of immigrants, It's because we made crappy decisions.
And Stevie, this idea that they're building a damn wall on the southern border. You're talking about people that dug a tunnel, put in track, modified a mini bike so it would run on the rail, set it all up so that, and then dug out directly under a dude's cell in prison to help him escape.
Several times too.
In a blind spot of the cameras and everything. Hey, if these people want to get something in, they're going to get it in. And, the idea that you're going to make it so that more desperate people carry like gargantuan loads of drugs across the desert, because it's the only safe spot for these little mules, because they're flying that shit in, man. I mean, the drugs that come into our country come in bulk.
The CIA are the biggest drug dealers ever.
Well, and they got these things now where they just go and they got it looks like basically a double fiberglass boat. And what it is a boat that it's like a semi-submersible. They run all the exhaust and stuff out of it. It's just a dark hall, and they got
I've seen pictures of those.
Yeah, I've seen video of it too.
They look really shitty, but they work.
Yeah, they sit real low to the water, and they come in and offload onto a boat, like, that's, out fishing or something. And then they just scuttle that boat. They scuttle that thing because they can build another one cheaper than, Yeah,
Did any of you guys see that movie American Gangster? It was a true story about a big-time drug dealer in New York, and he was getting his drugs from overseas and stuff, and the government was taking them down. And that's the CIA. Like right now, our soldiers are guarding the poppy fields out there in Afghanistan. What the fuck we guarding poppy fields for?
Yep.
So we can make opiates and then sell.
And I think that got a lot to do with the heroin epidemic in the United States.
I mean, how else are you going to kill off all these poor people without, having some drugs and stuff and locking them up? And, oh, God, makes me sick.
Night, Kelley.
Night.
Night, Kelley.
Night, Kelley.
Night, Kelley.
Well, I mean, these people make enough money off of drugs to build shit like that. We can make it legal and destroy their whole economy. I mean, the hit has already happened on the West Coast.
Yeah, you can't run drugs if it's not illegal.
And
I mean,
now
who the
I
hell?
hear the
Yeah, that's a good point.
Charlie.
And now I hear the CIA is involved in Hollywood with movies.
Oh
the
yeah,
directors really don't have no say so with their movies.
Well, they what they do is if they want to borrow military equipment and stuff to make their movies look realistic, they charge. Their charge is being able to fuck with the script, and so everything comes out like the military and the CIA and everybody comes looking out great. So, yeah, that's just. But the drug thing, yeah, I mean, I'm firmly of legalize everything. Figure out a market, figure out some sort of civilized market for it. Get rid of all the violence around it. I mean, because as soon as you take away the money, the violence goes with it. If there's no black market, there isn't any reason to have violence, because things can be taken care of in a court.
Yeah, like that crap up there in Pennsylvania here. That wouldn't have happened if marijuana was legalized.
Yep.
If who?
The murders up here in Pennsylvania.
Oh, yeah. Oh, you guys want to see a cool picture?
Yeah.
Okay, so this is Bernie's. This is, if you can see it, this is Bernie's crowds. Look at that, 5K, 8K, 11K, 27,000 people in Oregon. And then this is before endorsing Hillary, and this is after. That's what his crowds went to. And then I put on here, when everyone knows you've been bought. It was just my guess. It just pissed me off. That's all. I was pissed at the time, but that's what Kelley's been talking about, and Stevie's been talking about. It's just. So, do you guys think that Blackwater is just the biggest drug ring, the drug mafia? I mean, they're helping. I mean, is that what the perception is?
Who knows? I mean, they could be doing. I mean, they were already got caught doing illegal arms trade in Iraq, and so I mean, there's Afghanistan. I can't remember where, but they were caught bringing in weapons that were unlicensed. It was all the shady shit.
I had people that
who knows what the hell they're doing in the name of our government, and then sort of like the Mission Impossible, where if they get caught, it's on them. But if it comes through that the government gets a cut for their war and wherever,
Hey, what was that movie by George Clooney? It was called Savannah. Syriana.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Sirianni, yeah.
Syriana. That was actually created, I think, to depict what I think has been happening, where they would orchestrate. I'm not going to say who they are, but I think we know who they are. They would orchestrate war by using, all right, buddy, be right back. By using religion against these people because they're so gullible to it, sadly, and then making offers that they're, to start wars, to strap on bombs. I mean, God, it's so bad. I do, and then you kind of, I am really, every time I start talking about this, it just baffles my mind that the public doesn't do anything about it. I think there's people that do. I think there's people that know, but I think that even if people saw or knew the truth, even from a movie that's almost like telling you that it's fucking happening with Blackwater and the CIA in Mexico and having guns go in there. But I mean, the list goes on and on and on. But it's just, we just want to live in this happy bubble. I mean, I'm not talking about you and I, but there's just a lot of people that are living in that happy bubble that I don't know if they want to come out of it. It's a very vicious world once you really see it, and when you finally realize who the true instigators are. I'm not going to say enemy because I don't want to get banned. But I don't know. It's just really gotten worse and worse.
I mean, it seems so complex of a problem, and it just there's just infinite levels to the just absolute depravity of it. I mean, there's so many. It's just a rabbit hole of it, And then even just once you get the glimpse of the top layer of it, it's just the brain shuts down. Oh, I can't even go in there. It's just too much. I mean, it's just too much for most people to even learn about. That's why I have so much respect for Debbie, because she's really looked in depth into the military industrial complex, and that's a really hard topic to really research because I mean, there's just so many awful things that we've done, and when people see that, it's just how do you even go up against it? How do you do it? I mean, it just seems so big that most people would rather say, yeah, well, it's just the Muslims, it's just the terrorists, and it's just so much easier to sum it all up they're just some bad guy that I don't know, some kind of comic book villain. It's just it's not that simple. It's not that nothing's that simple. We've played our part in it too.
Yeah. So
I think a lot of American people are stupid because of mainstream media, and it's a shame.
Yeah.
Well, you see Jimmy Kimmel do them skits when they go on the street asking, well, who is this? They didn't even know who Dick Cheney was.
God.
I'm
I know.
Wow.
Yeah, we really, and I don't know a lot. I'm the Joey here, but the thing is that it's just when I talk to people and I just mention a few words that maybe I may know about, they're just like, what the fuck are you talking about? I'm just like, how can you not know that? How can you not know that? It's mind-boggling to me. And there's just so many people out there like that. It's driving me crazy.
And in my African-American community, if I say something bad about Obama, he couldn't have possibly done that. I'm like, you need to go do your research.
Cheryl, be careful. I mean, he's been put on a pretty high pedestal.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's sad.
They believe he was this perfect president.
Yeah, if everybody really knew, and I explained that to my sister in an argument, somewhat. Or was it my sister? Yeah, I think it was. I just said, if you really knew what this guy's been doing for the past forever, you know, supporting oil refineries that have been popping up. I mean, he's built more oil refineries than I think anybody in our nation's history. You know,
I mean, hasn't he hurt the black community just as much as any other president we've had?
Oh yeah.
I mean, he's done so much to not help people.
Worse than under Bush.
You know, and just like Shirley says, and we've all said it, and you know, this is the most dangerous weapon is not a gun. The most dangerous weapon is a government controlled media. There shouldn't be a period there. I don't know who put that, but anyway, but this is a really great picture, and I always post it up when somebody says, why do you say what you say? I say, because this is what's happening to you. You're being bombarded by all this baloney. And sadly, in regards to this recent signing of, well, it hasn't been signed yet, I guess, but the sanctions upon Russia over just bullshit could start a serious issue. And just us doing that, to have it prepared for the president to sign, really puts us in a shitty light. Because when this all gets said and done, and they find out for sure that there was no Russia involvement, there was no Russia in regards to the 2016-17 election between Hillary and Donald Trump, that is going to make us look even stupider. How we are actually still a prominent, well, I'm not going to say prominent, but an actual country of the planet kind of fucking boggles my mind. But I really think the perception of everybody else is just like, how are they even, you know, I think we're hanging on by a very thin thread according to how everybody else perceives us. They may even give us the benefit of the doubt just because they're fucking afraid of us, and they think if they rub us the wrong way, we'll come to their neighborhood and instigate some other war. I mean, think the gods for Jimmy Kimmel and H.A. Goodman and Sane Progressive and Hard Bastard and Nico House and the Humanist Report and some of Cabin Talk and all these people, and they're not the only ones. If you guys ever put up, if you guys ever search this or that, you'll get a lot of Republican independent YouTubes, and you'll get that also when it comes to Twitter and Facebook and stuff. But the thing is, you'll get there's a lot of other people out there that are saying the same things. A lot of others. And I think it's growing because it's just so obvious. So Kat left. She said she wanted to talk, but maybe because I'm a freaking jabberjaw, maybe she didn't have a chance.
All right, I'm still here. I gotta go off camera for a minute.
Okay. The fly's still here. Forsaken is still here, I guess. Hey, what I find interesting is I can't not just listen. I'm sorry. I love everything you guys say. There's so much good information. Shirley brings on some good stuff. Evan brings on some good stuff. Stevie, Kelley, Kevin, Lucas, Ariel, the usual group, Forsaken, everybody. But I just can't listen and not say my piece. And it just doesn't seem like it's doing that much if I say it in chat, even though there are some people, monitoring chat. But I think it makes a bigger difference if I'm out here putting my face out there, whether you guys want to look at it or not. And I'll apologize now for that. But
apology accepted.
I know. You're welcome. Sorry. But the thing is our videos, if you guys have seen our YouTube videos, they've grown at an average of about 300 views. Now, I don't know if it's you guys going back on there, just checking yourself out all the time, okay? But I think other people, because I'm sharing it, I think it's important. I think it needs to be out there. I think our perspective makes a difference. And I think other people are sharing it, or maybe it's going 2 or 3 deep. But I think it's important. You know, I mean, I think it kind of works.
It feels like it froze.
What?
Hey guys, what you think about the Democrats' new?
You still on, Shirley?
They're like a Papa John commercial.
Oh yeah, I put that up the other day. What did I say? Bigger, better bullshit, or something like that.
James, I think if I'm willing to put my face up here, you got no worries. I think we have as poignant and intelligent conversations as you'll find on any cable news show. So
I absolutely and totally agree.
I mean, they may not be in the vernacular that they use on TV, but we do our let's put it this way. Our perspective's no less wrong and most of the time more right than theirs. So
yeah.
There's like a zillion things that we can all see gonna happen, but I don't write on this chat, by the way. I don't follow the live chat, and I don't do the chat on here because I have to poke this screen too much to do chat on here. And if I'm reading, I'm not listening. And
it's a lot of work.
Ever since I stopped wrenching on Tim's chat room, I mean, that actually sucks when you got to sit there and read everybody's comments to like make sure you don't let something pass through,
Yeah, I know like Ebon and Kelley both like asked me to moderate like earlier on, and it took me like 30 minutes before I noticed either one because like I've got that tunnel vision, one thing at a time,
Well, I think that we say things that are matter. I just, I mean, I certainly, yeah, exactly. I certainly think that, I don't make no $175,000 a year. I know that for sure. And I know that I've got as good ideas as them silly motherfuckers, but that's just me, I guess. I think like everybody in this room could come up with one thing that I could go, oh yeah. I mean, let's go, man. If we were all just from each state and we were all representing our own little district, we could cause some havoc in the house by just forming up in our little group to do things. And that's what, that's why sort of we see through the fraud of the two-party system and how even the so-called progressive bloc, of the House, which should be the wild-eyed crazies on our side, on the left, I think, for the Democrats, whatever Republican type people think is their best sort of outside the box sort of thinkers. That's where that's supposed to happen, is in the House of Representatives. And between there being too few seats in the House of Representatives, I mean, I don't know what kind of, how many people James's representative handles, but I bet you it's a ton more than the guy that's representing Wyoming, you know what I mean? I mean,
hundreds, I think.
Yeah, I mean, I mean, it's got to be small enough that these House of Representatives, these members are representative, because I don't think we already have the Senate to sort of equalize power between the states. We've gotten sort of, there's a reversal of power. So these little podunk fucking states have an they have more power than they should. You know what I mean? Because they'll keep putting in the same guy in there, and be the asshole of the universe.
Well, this is my biggest pet peeve, not a pet peeve, but my biggest issue, not a pet peeve. That's different. Shirley, can you read that? That's for you.
Let me see. I better do. Oh yeah, that sounds like a Papa John commercial. I got a picture too. I would like to put up of that.
The biggest problem with
Papa John.
The biggest problem you have when you give states too much power is what happens is you really start splitting things apart. You start. In some states, it would be hard, I believe, for some people to drive through certain states safely. I'm okay with states having a certain amount of power for themselves to do certain things, but when it comes to health and welfare and being a people, and when it comes to the Constitution, they need to stand by that. Not make their own amendments. So that, let's just say, for example, what is that called? When you can shoot somebody because
stand your ground laws.
Stand your ground, right? So let's just say everybody has stand your ground. I mean, who does that really apply to? Who's always fearful and carries a gun? Sorry, but it's most, and Evan might disagree, but most of them are Republicans.
Well, I mean, it's just like, you can stand your ground if you have a gun, if you have money to buy a gun. I mean, you can't stand your ground if you don't have one. I mean, what are you going to do? I mean, there's nothing to protect you in that situation. It gives them better, more rights than somebody that doesn't have a gun.
Well, thing about it though is, I mean, these guys that are screaming about being able to protect themselves want to have a fucking Bushmaster, want to have an AR-15, and it's just not. Between that and pistols, I see them as not practical self-defense weapons.
Yeah.
In any way, shape, or form. I mean, nothing's better than a shotgun. You use light bird shot. It doesn't go very far. It doesn't tear up 4 neighbors' houses when it goes through things. That's the thing about all these cops unloading. Still drives me nuts. Is that they get video of these cops shooting somebody for no good fucking reason. And the cops, if you look at the angles where they're shooting, there's houses behind this guy. And they shoot like 30, they shoot like 37 times and hit the guy 4 times. Where did the other 33 bullets go? They went into those people's houses where their kids might have been.
Yeah.
I mean, their protection has to sort of be like that one in St. Louis. The one in St. Louis is the guy with the knife. That one keeps sticking in my head lately. With that guy that was sort of sick. Was just having mental issues, had like a steak knife or something, and those 2 cops.
I didn't hear about that.
No, it was right after what's his name died in Ferguson, because all the I can't remember now, but the 2 cops pulled up, and after just a little bit of time, they shot at the guy, said he was lunging at them or something. And there was video of it, and it just didn't look like it. The cops needed to retreat behind the cop car, call in some extra people if they needed them, grab some, they do it in England. They just take 2 or 3 of them, take batons, and they go in very carefully and take the knife from the guy, without killing him, without even hurting him real bad.
They want to shoot him.
I mean, that's
they want to shoot him. They don't. You're not a cop. You don't sign up to be a cop nowadays because you don't want to shoot somebody. You sign up to be a cop nowadays because you want to shoot somebody. I mean, I'm not going to say I'm not going to say all of them, but I would definitely say over 90% of them.
And you know what? You got to think some of these cops are on steroids too.
Yeah, I have no doubt about that. Shirley, I've been bitching about that for years since they started showing up, the SWAT cops especially. Since they started showing up like at protests in Portland and in the Northwest, and you started looking at how big these cops are, and no, it ain't just luck of the draw, and it ain't just these guys happen to be physically fit. Those guys all look like they're roided out, you know, and ready to just rip into anything, which is exactly the state of mind that we saw, Shirley, in Philly when they had the convention. They didn't act like that. They just had regular cops, and everybody was cool.
And they were in regular uniform. They weren't militarized.
Right. You get them roided assholes and all that bulletproof bullshit, you know, and give them canisters of non-lethal things and beanbag rounds and everything else. And you're giving too much power to too much power at the discretion of people that I question their ability also, James. You know, if for no other reason than if they're all these good cops, then why in the fuck aren't they turning in these bad cops?
Yeah.
You know,
well, you gotta think of Serpico.
Well, I know, Shirley.
Can't stand him.
Well, Shirley, and I know that's like a to the death thing. That guy's got to sort of live looking over his shoulder a little bit.
Yes.
You know,
till this day.
You know, I mean,
and what was that in the 70s?
Yep. They let him in. Let him be the first through the door with a drug bust, and then like shut him in the door, let him get shot in the face.
Set him up.
Yep.
Set him up. And it was a true movie show on Lifetime about I think her name was Erin Jakovich. She got married to this guy. He was real nice. He was a cop, big time in a small town, and he was taking these steroids. And he started changing. He started abusing her, waking up in the middle of the night to make him dinner and things like that. I'm like, oh my God! And she killed him, and she got locked up. I don't know if she got out, but her son became a lawyer to help her to get out of prison.
Huh.
Okay, so this is. I'm not going to show it. It's just overwhelming. Okay, so I really and truly believe it comes from a party that is racist, another party that doesn't give a shit, and I think we have people in political positions, you know, judiciaries, executives, and legislators, that these cops and these people know that they're being supported by, and then they also know that they're not going to get. I just don't believe they feel threatened enough to not be asshole cops. I don't feel they feel threatened enough because nobody's really been hung. You know,
what consequence have they had?
Yeah, none. That's my biggest point. There's been no major consequence. Never been publicized. These guys get off all the time. I think it's so. What I'm saying is when it comes to the county judges and all these guys and the civil suits and everything, I just don't see. I don't see we have the right people that are making the right decisions to really protect and keep the peace. What's the sticker that used to be on the cop cars? Police and protect, or what was it called?
To serve and protect.
To serve and protect. I mean, I'm sorry, I don't have that, but that's an easy.
I remember Adam 12.
Yep, that's why I remember it.
Adam 12, exactly. which Stevie has, she doesn't know about, but I'll send her a picture sometime. But that's what they were. That's, you know, when the cops that were out there, they could sit down at an ice cream shop with a kid and to have a good time, and or you know what I'm saying? Or, I mean, I think there's a Norman Rockwell painting that was redone where it shows a police officer sitting next to a kid eating ice cream. I'll bring it up. I think I can find it. And then it shows the new cops that's all in like this giant military guns, bullets strapped all around with fucking grenades and mask and everything. Sitting next to a black kid that's scared shitless. Yeah, so.
Well, that was more when they kept it hidden, you know, because, I mean, cops back then, it's just like, you know, I've done that too. You know, I was thinking about, like, you know, like Andy Griffith, you know, but then, like, you gotta think, like, some of the hideous things that, like, those cops did, especially, like, in black communities, like, holy crap. It's just, like, in my neck of the woods, you know, that was the good days of the cops because they were always nice to us. But, like, you know, there's been a serious history of racism and brutality. It's just they were better at hiding it, you know. It wasn't as prevalent, maybe.
Oh, it was as prevalent. There just wasn't as many cameras to catch it.
Yeah.
Right. Hey, did you hear about this story? I saw it on RT. It was this group that made up that they were a police, some kind of police force or some organization, and they contacted the government to get weapons. And the government sent them weapons.
That's what the government does.
A lot of arsenal.
And
the government got exposed. I couldn't believe it. And they couldn't believe it. They just set it up to see if they could get this stuff. So they not even regulating who they sending weapons to.
Well, you got to understand, too, that they set up these SWAT teams now. In some places, the way they're set up, they're a quasi sort of bizarre legal organization that has no responsibility. That Boo-Boo, the kid Boo-Boo that had the flashbang grenade thrown into his crib and it you know, like blew off half his face. I mean, just scarred this poor little boy. They were set up so it was like a multi-county. Yeah, that's the one. So it's like a multi-county SWAT team. And the way they worked it, somehow legally, like when they get in trouble, there's like nobody, the usual like citizens commissions or whatever are going to look into it, have no say over it. And even sort of suing them is almost impossible because it's like they don't exist legally, you know, or they exist legally, but they don't exist, or you know how it is. I mean, they use the laws to just sort of make them like covert police that can just black bag you in the middle of the night, you know.
This country is going to hell in a basket.
It
really is.
Here's the one thing I worry about. When I've read a little bit, watched a little bit about how our government has quelled popular uprisings in other countries.
They're messing with Venezuela now.
Yeah, and one of the things they do is if it's a government, if it's a dictator that we like, they always set up oh shit. Now I can't think of it.
They always
basically
set up somebody to take over a new regime.
Well, what they'll do is they have troops that aren't really officially troops. They have gangs of that sort
like
of
who we were funded in Syria.
It's basically, yeah, it works in the same way. They just they're brutal. They beat down everybody, and it's paramilitary is the term I'm looking for. So they set up paramilitaries, and the thing that sort of concerns me with like the idea of these oath keepers that are in law enforcement, you know, that's kind of stuff just bothers me. Even if they're retired police, you know, law enforcement, that they still sort of, I feel like that they have a responsibility to the law that it's a little different from anybody else. And the idea that they could get together people that were reactionaries and would follow whatever the government's tough new rule is, and sort of it's not beyond the scope of being, you know, that they would use that to sort of, they always use the paramilitaries to do the worst atrocities. And because then there's no blowback, you know, the blowback doesn't come straight to them. It's you know, there's all kinds of things that could sort of happen in a dystopian future, and I refuse to be sort of that nihilistic about everything, because I think that it's quite possible. You know, I mean, even with all the cheating, Bernie came damn close to being the nominee, and he would have been president.
Actually, he won the nomination.
Well,
they took that shit away from him.
Yeah, well, I mean, we could argue that too, but I mean, just the idea that even if all the numbers are right, he got damnably close, you know, and
she wasn't that great. She couldn't fill up a damn gymnasium.
Oh no, she, you know, that was all right out there in the open. That's what. Hey man, Bernie or bust wasn't just the idea that we were gonna just go. Bernie or bust was, we knew what was going to happen. We knew what was going to happen if they put Hillary in, and it did happen. And so I'm not going to feel bad for voting my conscience, especially in a blue state. You know, I voted and for no other reason than, you know, Hillary. Whenever somebody at the Hillback starts quoting numbers to you, you find out how that they are calculating the states that Bernie won that were the caucuses, because they're the ones that are hardest to put people out for, and what the numbers were in each one of those states. What were the numbers in Las Vegas, truly, you know, and what were the numbers in you know, in Washington? I'm telling you, in my county, which is just, I mean, it's like as red as you get in a blue state. You know what I mean? And in my county, it went 75-25 for Bernie, you know, in the caucuses, in the district caucuses or the county caucuses. So it's not, it was no little thing. And it's doable again. It's just a matter of waiting for the wave to form and the right person, and you know, whether it's Bernie, whether it's Tulsi, you know, I don't think Nina could run. I just don't think, I think the mainstream media would rip Nina apart for her lack of international experience. That would be their excuse with Nina, you know. I mean, it would. But
has anyone heard of Cliff Arenbeck?
No.
Nope.
Nobody heard of him? Well, he's big time, because he goes after about election fraud. I think he got a suit up in Ohio, and I forgot the name of the group that's in California, because this year I followed them online, and they would have meetings, and Cliff Arenbeck was saying that during the campaign that Hillary Clinton's people are doing her a disservice. Bernie Sanders actually won the nomination. This is way before the convention. And he said he was sending Bernie a letter to let him know. I don't know if Bernie got it or what.
What's his name? Say his name, please.
Cliff Arenbeck.
You know, one thing that's got to be remembered about this all is Bernie said from the start of the race to be the Democratic nominee, he said that whatever happened, he would support. He would fight to keep Donald Trump from becoming president, and you know, that included having to do those asinine things for Hillary.
Yeah, and I wonder what Obama said to him when he requested him to come to the White House.
Well, yeah, I mean,
he didn't look the same after that.
I'm sure that Obama talked to him about, take it easy on the bankers and, you know, this and that talk, because that's the kind of thing that meant something to Obama. You know, I really do. I think that was the entire chat was trying to get Bernie off of saying that taking a bunch of money from bankers was corruption, you know.
I think that was getting him not to fight the nomination at the convention.
Well, I mean, you know, they could fix that any way they wanted to after they got the number a certain number of delegates, then they could cheat the rest of the way, no matter what happened.
Yeah.
You know, and they set up that super delegate setup is purely to protect the establishment, you know. Yeah. I mean, why in the hell does the vote of a lobbyist matter more than my vote and who becomes the Democratic nominee? Because a superdelegate's vote is like 10,000 to me or something, or 105,000 to me. I can't even remember what the number was, but it was huge.
Actually, they stole our democracy.
Well,
they already had it set up. It was in it was everywhere. It was already said in the Podestas that they already had their people set up already. That was even actually said by some people on mainstream media that interviewed certain people. Yeah, we've already made our decision. This is long before even Bernie was even started. They already had. I mean, they knew he was there, but they already had made up that decision. Okay, before I go, I just want to say real quick because I got to go. My clock's different than you guys who are nocturnal. But I think it was in regards to what Broken was talking about, that what happens if Imran Awan or Amran Narani, whatever his name is, we find out that he has information that indicates that he was leaking or he was about to, or he had some information? Or what if we do find out that Seth Rich was Panda? And what if we do find out that the DNC flood lawsuit has more merit and they're going to continue with it and it's actually going to do something? And we all find out that Russia was bullshit, and it just comes out.
It is bullshit.
Of course it is. Everybody, yes, but I'm saying I'm talking about hard, concrete evidence that actually takes the DNC down. So what happens after that? Everybody that's been riding their train, that's even linked or remotely connected to the DNC, who hasn't brought up any of those issues that could easily take them down, and there's a bunch they're not in a good light. That means they've been promoting it. They've been a part of it. They didn't want to share it. So if you have shared it, if you have been opposed to it, if you have argued it or not argued it or said, you know, you have to say that it's possible. If you said, hey, it's possible, then you might not be seen in a very dark light pretty soon. And what's going to happen to all these people? Rachel Maddow, CNN, MSNBC, what rock are they going to fucking hide underneath? You don't think none of this is, I mean, if somebody just throws it out there, and that's why I keep harassing Kim Dong-Kam, is because if somebody actually has this proof or has this information, or they start connecting the dots where they've been feeding us bullshit for way too long in regards to this, then where are these people going to hide? They're screwed. That's all I'm saying. They don't have any place to hide.
James, they'll shift gears. They'll find parts to that airplane that crashed in the South Pacific 2 years ago. They just ignore it and go on. I mean, that's what they do. That's how they do it. You know, they don't even acknowledge history.
They'll find a distraction.
Yeah, I mean, and if they do, it's always to sort of, if they say anything historical about it, it will always be framed as the purists or the people that were against, that did things to make it hard for Hillary, and they're already, my God, like I said, the other night I read that Joy Reid thread. I mean, you had to read this thread where she said, it was a poll, and it said, should Kamala Harris run for president? And it was like, all these people, and all the names that weren't Kamala Harris were like Schiff. They were all these people that have been out in front of this Russia thing, the people that have been sort of in these hearings and stroking the media about it. They're the other ones that they're like pointing out, oh, wouldn't they be great? And I think that in as much as Bernie has said much about Russia, it seemed to me it's always been because he questions him about it, and that he spends a whole lot more time blasting out good policy differences. That I think that right now, as far as he and the Democrats, he's playing nice, because at some point after 2018, if he wanted to, he could go third party. And if he did that, he could just say, hey, I've given them another election to change their ways, and they're still running the thing the same way. And, up until now, I haven't said anything because I didn't want to be a sore loser, because that would be the other thing they'd jump all over and beat this shit. They're going to be all over the mainstream media, say what a sore loser he is, and how, Hillary just got this many more votes and this and that. And, totally skipping over sort of the media bias and everything else that ran through that, and the setting of stories and the giving away of answers for the thing. So, James, all I could say is we wait after 2018. There's going to happen something. Somebody's going to come out, and I'm for Tulsi to some extent, because I like her foreign policy a little bit more, and because I think that whoever the populist is, I like them to be young, some sort of ethnicity besides white.
Yes.
A woman wouldn't be horrible, especially with Kamala Harris running, so that there wasn't that thing, because they were already all over. Oh, wait till the Bernie people see this, blah, blah, blah. And the thing is, it's not being purist. We're just saying that, don't try to feed us Kamala Harris, because we've seen this movie before with Hillary Clinton, with Barack Obama, with Bill Clinton, and the show is going to change, or it's going to just go in the hole again.
Yeah, I think Tulsi is. If Tulsi runs for president and she stays a Democrat, I just can't see her conforming to the establishment. I just kind of feel like she fucking surfs. I mean, anybody that surfs, in my professional opinion, is awesome.
You wait. If she would run, she'd be a hardcore candidate, because the one thing, man, that Bernie did was he worked hard. That guy was there. He was there doing three speeches a day, 4 speeches a day. He was out there running for president in the States. And so when he said something about what he had learned, or said something about, a way to fix something, I mean, hell, I saw him talking in like South Carolina or somewhere, and he's talking about Native Americans still. I mean, because he can't come to Yakima, and it was natural to talk about Native Americans here. But here he is. He's in these places, in New York City or wherever, giving a speech, and he still puts that issue out there because once he finds out about an issue, it's an important issue. Maybe he doesn't know about an issue, and you can't say that the guy is all knowing. Nobody is. But I feel like Tulsi knows how that work ethic works. And yeah, she surfs, so that's pretty groovy. I saw pictures on Twitter of her, I guess her and her husband in Hawaii. They were home in Hawaii. So
yeah, and she's got a really nice butt.
Well,
it comes with surfing.
Yeah,
surfers have good butts. I don't know.
Hey, it comes from all that running around with freaking, with the AR-15 or with an M16, M4, whatever the hell they carry.
Well, that's for her.
I thought you said Chelsea. I thought you were talking about Chelsea Clinton. When you first started, I was like, what? Chelsea Clinton running for president? What? Okay. Makes more sense now. All right.
I'd get one of these many, many sharp implements around here and cut my tongue out for. I'd say that.
Exactly.
I was like, what kind of bizarre world am I in? Did you just, what did Chelsea Clinton? No, I don't care if she serves.
That's been a thread. That somebody's throwing that thread around on social media, and every time I see that, I just fucking start laughing my ass off. Stomach hurts. In parentheses, stomach hurts.
Oh, you can call that election now. Republicans will win.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
And that's why I'm of the three-dimensional chess mind about this Kamala Harris thing. I think she's out there to start getting the everybody's ire up, because what they really want to do is put Kirsten Gillibrand in and then have Chelsea run for Gillibrand's seat. That's the way the Clintons work. Somebody gets the bump up and somebody within the Clinton, crime family moves over into that
mafia family.
Yeah. So, don't you even believe it if she isn't sort of just taking flack for now for sort of that attitude of we must try to get middle of the road people that hate us to vote for us, and not try to get the people that might vote for us if we actually had real policies.
Yeah, the middle of the road people that Schumer was talking about. All right, guys, I'm going to get going. Thank you very much.
Night.
I think things will calm down. I think things will calm down in the future. People just need a little time to cool out. Last take on that. Hey, it's a forum. We're all going to say things. And if I ever say anything that you guys think I'm being a little harsh, just send me some marijuana to cool me off or something. Okay, goodbye.
I feel see ya.
Aloha, guys.
Oh, right.
Or just send me a 12-pack. I'm good with a 12-pack. No, 8-pack, actually.
Oh, you're in California. You can get the kind there.
Yeah, we do. Bye, Shirley. Bye, everybody else who's here.
Hey, did everybody realize that Trump never responds to Bernie Sanders' tweets?
Oh, that doesn't surprise me.
And when he was during the election, one time at his rally, he said, "Yeah, I want to run against Bernie Sanders." Then he said, "Nah, I'm just joking. I want to run against Hillary Clinton." He's not stupid. He knew he would beat her.
Oh yeah, Shirley.
Both sides beat her.
Both sides are afraid of Bernie. I mean, that's true. The Democrats and Republicans both feared Bernie.
I loved it. I loved it when
they don't even want to take on his message.
Nope. And when when he challenged Trump to that debate, and then Trump was, he agreed, and then like he was like a cat with his head stuck in a bag. He was just backing the hell up out of that situation. He was like, oh, I've made a terrible mistake. I cannot debate him. Not at all.
Because you got nothing on Bernie.
There's no defense. What are you going to say? What are you going to say? I mean, he's annihilated him with facts.
Well, yeah, and that was the thing, is Bernie would beat the hell out of him, mentally, would just beat the hell out of him in one of those things. And he couldn't get away with just sort of blowing it off with funny faces and things, because Bernie doesn't play like that, I mean, Bernie would call him out pretty quick, and it would, it would be fun. I was really looking forward to that. I was bummed out when it didn't happen.
And Bernie still tweets at him. He do not respond.
Yeah, well,
He'll respond to everybody else, but he won't respond to Bernie.
Well, because he knows he can't out-populist Bernie, because Bernie actually has an actual record of being a populist politician. And that's what they need. They're trying to figure out a way around that, and Stevie knows it, I know it. They're trying to figure out a way to put all of it on Stevie or on somebody in Yakima or some, for the reason why they're not skilled enough is they got to go back to school and get this degree and spend this money and, that they don't have for a degree that may not be worth anything. And, in which there aren't any jobs for Americans in, I mean, so every time they use wishy-washy words like skills, unless it involves strong unions and union apprenticeships, then it's not really skills.
And that's the thing. They didn't even mention unions in that damn thing.
They are Shirley. They're Philly's a good union town, but there's a lot of big oases or big expanses of union deserts where it's really hard to they can't beat. They've got to overrule the the state's rights to do right to work, because that's a bullshit. That's a bullshit way around actually understanding what labor law was at one time. Labor law was at one time. It got overturned. There was the Wagner Act. There was all kinds of things that happened that gave the working man power, and they are trying to take it away as much as they can. And the fucking Clintons were the ones that led the charge against unions. Instead of standing up.
They deregulated telecommunications, because that's when I started seeing that Verizon's phone bill was going crazy. And I'm like, what's these taxes? You call them up, I don't know what that is. Well, what the hell you mean you don't know what it is? And I'm being charged this.
No, they surely the Clintons did things Republicans could only dream of doing.
Yeah.
Because if a Republican said to do it, there would be like, they'd have to go against it because it's a Republican doing it, But if they do it, it's just fine. It's getting, what was welfare to work. Yeah, that made a hell of a lot of sense. It's welfare to the street was what it was. It was.
Well, wait a minute. I got to tell you a story about that one. And I was on welfare one time. Around that time when they had that bill, I was trying to get it through the caseworkers to get a job, to a program for training. They wouldn't help me. So eventually, my uncle told me about a program to go to, and I went. And I was going. Welfare came and threatened me and said they will cut my food stamps and stuff off because I'm going through this program, and they fought for me. And I'm like, I did this on my own. I asked you for help. You wouldn't give it to me.
Mm-hmm.
And they forced me, and I was able to stay in the program and finish.
That's why they went after Acorn, Shirley. Acorn was doing stuff like that, was helping people to get public services, which is just something. Hey, if they're there, people shouldn't have to fight to get public services. You know, I've had to get food stamps and stuff, and you get food. You know, here you get your card, and you know it depends on where you live. Like when I lived in Vancouver, you could get into if you went to the Vancouver market, it was double. You could get like fresh vegetables, but it was double your food stamps. So, like if you know if it was $1 worth of food stamps, it was $2 worth of food stamps. And you know, there were ways, but not for people without transportation. You know, and I don't know. It you know, like most people, you know, like most people on food stamps, I got off of food stamps, but I was on them. You know, I mean, it happens, especially to people in construction industry. You know, I mean, it. You know, there comes a time when everything runs out. I mean, during the first administration, yeah, that was what was happening. They were working. What would happen is our shop steward would work with when I was doing a drywall job, and if you had your hours for your health benefits, then the next layoff they would get rid of you, and they would pick up somebody new, so that they could get their hours for their health benefits. You know, and we had to trade work like that sometimes to make it happen. So I think that people that haven't done, I don't know, Washington D.C. doesn't realize what they do, or won't acknowledge that what they do really affects people.
And I'm thinking when the last Bush was in office, when the crash happened, one thing I could say, he put some bankers in prison, even his best friend, and he gave working people a stimulus. I remember getting that $500 check or $300. And what I do with it, cash it and put it into the economy. Barack Obama bailed out them bankers and give the American people shit.
Yeah, but that little check surely was to cover up a gigantic tax cut to rich people. They gave out a little bit of money to sort of say, look, we're helping the economy, and we're going with this two strategies. We're going to give money to poor people, and we're going to give tax breaks to rich people. And that's the way they worked that, so that we'd all get a little bit of something, and the rich people got a lot of something. It was, yeah, I remember that. I remember Bush the first, you know, Shirley, that happened in Philly. I was doing my apprenticeship, and that was where I got to flip George H.W. Bush off, and I know he saw me because there was only three of us standing on the corner, and I was just, you know, the cop that was there said, "Don't you even step off the curb." And you know, when a Philly cop tells you you need to be worried about the Secret Service like shooting you, you believe him, because a Philly cop wouldn't have thought twice about billy clubbing you back then, you know. And so, you know, we're all standing up on the sidewalk, but we're yelling and stuff. And he passed by in his limousine, looked right at me, man. I saw his face. Unless they projected on the window, it was him, and it was my finger. And, you know, from then on, I felt pretty empowered. You know, I said, no, wait a second. I like this getting in people, you know, this activism stuff. This is all right. But, you know, we were all laid off. And that was when he was saying there isn't a recession. There isn't a recession. And that was back when he was amazed by the grocery scanners. George H.W. Bush had never seen a grocery scanner before, you know, and it was just like he was so disconnected that his help always bought groceries. He didn't even have to stop to buy milk on his way home. You know, I mean, I think that the people who represent us need a little bit of humanity, I guess.
And these are the people like running the country. Like they don't they can't function. They couldn't even function. Even like you leave them alone in their giant mansions, they wouldn't know what to do. They couldn't survive in their giant mansions.
Well, hell spells that link. What was his name? That the Republican. I'm thinking his name's Chaffee or something. Chafee. He said, yeah, maybe that was it. That they needed $3,500 a month for living expenses.
Yeah, that was
that they needed. Yeah, I mean, $3,500 a month would be a gigantic raise for me. I don't know about y'all, but you know,
3,500. I mean, just for housing alone would. I don't even know. I mean, that's a giant house. That's a giant house.
Well, I mean, I don't care if it's in DC and if the stuff is expensive, you know. Rent, either sleep in your office or rent a place with 6 other people like we had to do when, you know, I lived in some places like in Denver when I first got there. The second or third time I went back living there. I was living in Littleton with like 8 roommates, you know, and we're all just crashed out on the floor. It was an empty apartment except for like a spool with, you know, empty pizza boxes on it and stuff and a black and white television, you know. And so, I mean, the idea that they can't live that way or whatever, you know, I just feel like they need $3,500 just for their housing.
I mean, it doesn't even make sense because it's like, okay, well, you need $3,500 for housing. Then explain minimum wage. Explain, you know, what do you suggest these other people, you know, just average folk, what are they supposed to do? They don't get a stipend, you know?
Yeah, well,
like, they don't think that through enough. They're just like, I want it. I deserve it because I don't do anything for people. I mean, I get so triggered by that story.
They make like $180,000 a year. They can't afford an apartment. You know, they can't afford to split an apartment. You know, I don't care if it's like the odd couple. You know, you just
don't buy an iPhone.
You know, plus these assholes are always out at cocktail parties making more money. So it doesn't seem to me they're home much.
Mm-hmm. And I think Obama was conversing with Bush in the White House through his term, extending those additional wars.
Oh, I dare say he talked. I think every president needs to talk to the last president or whatever a little bit. I just firmly believe that that's true. I mean, it doesn't have to necessarily.
I don't believe what Obama's doing now with that unmasking of Trump. I don't like Trump, but it's not.
I mean, hey, Obama is making cash now. He's getting, you know, it's like when you wait on a table and they give you a tip afterwards. Well, he waited on all those bankers' tables and all those insurance companies' tables, and now it's time for some of that sweet, sweet speech cash to come rolling in. You know,
he making more than Hillary.
Well, he should. I mean, if Hillary was making that much, at least Obama could give a good speech. You know, I mean, Hillary. I mean, I can't see her making a good speech anywhere.
I'm surprised she's not shouting misogyny over it.
You know, Stevie, I'm hip to. I mean, my wife was a carpenter, and you know, there's plenty of things that happen in life that aren't fair, and women not getting paid as much isn't fair. There's a zillion things I think that need to be changed, but sort of the attitude of throwing it up as a shield sometimes. Yeah, you're exactly right, Stevie. I mean, there's different. I feel like James. I feel like whenever I'm in here and we're talking, I feel like at any moment I could say something really stupid to somebody because I don't see life. I don't come from their background, and so I just don't understand that I just insulted someone. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
And I think that happens. And like James, I would rather somebody just told me so that I can just hit me up.
Yeah.
You know? It's a rare occasion when I'm going to fight back against like, hey, don't say that because that's stupid to say. Because I mean, once somebody says, I think, okay, yeah, I see where you're coming from. But when people are pulling out like 17th century quotes or sayings that I never heard used, in modern times to say you can't say this, oh, look at what you just said. When they do things like that, it becomes so picky that it becomes a problem, and it becomes like, I'll be the first one to jump in front of people to get, yell at somebody that I think's being an asshole. I mean, in most circumstances, if I'm in public, that's a really bad habit of mine, but I will react to things that aren't my business to some extent.
Hillary would have basically, if she would have been president, she would have done for women what Barack Obama did for black people. I mean, that's basically what she would have set us back so much, because every little criticism, everything was misogyny. It's just like, no, you're getting criticism because, you're a terrible human being. And that's debatable. I've heard that she, might be lizard or whatever, but, it's awful. That's why it has nothing to, I mean, I'm sure she got some, like sexist, remarks and stuff, but like most of it was, pretty legit.
I think in a public forum like that, everybody gets it. I just think that, like, once you get up to, like H.A. Goodman, Tim Black territory, you got a billion people that hate you, and they hate you for no good reason or whatever. And there's, so that's like stuff I try to not do. It's more of a, if I see something happening in public, like, they always have these videos of people in shopping centers. Somebody's taking a video of somebody just uncorking, in this racist rant. I'm the person that goes across the store and just whispers in her ear that I'll bury her, if she keeps fucking talking, I mean, and then just rip into her. Because that's sort of the person. It's not a social justice warrior so much as it's a social justice warrior. I'm willing to fight for things I think they're are right and wrong, and sort of, what I mean.
The Democrats need to get rid of Hillary Clinton's consultant within the DNC, because they making up these damn acronyms for their slogan. I can't believe they're using them, because she lost the election with her slogan.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, ask the losers. I'm sure they have a good idea.
Yeah, well, I mean, the thing about it is Stevie, and it's gotten what the Democrats, the Republicans, what the establishment Democrats are throwing out there is this idea that there's there's this particular harshness towards certain groups of people, and how horrible that is from people on the left, and how they just want to do things for white men, white men that are never going to vote for you, which is wrong. I mean, I see it as, if my wife makes more money, that's good for me. If I make more money, that's good for both of us. It's not like you know what I mean? I mean, people live in families. They don't have that, it matters to me if my kids make a living wage. Yeah. I mean, stuff like that matters to me. And so it's not a white male thing. This is a everybody thing. I don't think Shirley's kid should have to work for less than minimum. Everybody should have a good job, or a chance at a good job.
Well, fortunately, my daughter has a good job. She works for Wawa Corporation. Fortunately, she was blessed. Because she was in despair after she got her master's degree from Bloomsburg University. But she finally got a job at Wawa Corporation, and she loves it because they're private. That's a private company.
But they're also a very good company to work for. I remember Wawa was supposedly, that was like one of those companies, if you could get into, that was always a good one for, I mean, obviously I wasn't for that job, but there was people, that were, like my niece and stuff, whatever she could get, however she could get her foot through the door. That's actually not a bad place to work.
Yeah, my daughter was lucky. She was lucky because she was in despair because she could not find them. She worked at places that were horrible and beforehand, and then she finally found that, and I'm so happy for her. So happy.
My daughter's been working for one of the big techie firms and doing mathematical stuff that I could never understand. And she's an intern right now, and she's like in between her junior senior year of college.
Okay.
And like it's coming to the end of the summer, so now there's a chance they may just hire her straight off the street the way she is, and she can still go try to get her degree, but it would be working for them, but it would be hired on, and it would be a big deal. I mean, it would be huge
and
deal.
they probably reimburse her for her education.
Oh God, surely the money that they are willing. I mean, it's just like, oh, thank God. One of my kids, if it all goes, cross your fingers. She's waiting Thursday. I think she has the big meeting, but even if she doesn't, she's made enough of an impression on them that next year after she graduates, she'll have a job. You know what I mean? I mean, it's not
right.
It's not a bad thing no matter what, because I already know she's made a good enough impression on them that, they're even considering to hire her straight off, so, but, yeah, my son, he's in Kentucky, and, he's working at a store. He got robbed by a gunpoint, man. I was like, whoa. Where the fuck is he live? I was Knoxville, Tennessee. He's in Knoxville, I think. So, I'm not happy he's below the Mason-Dixon line. I'm never happy when my kids are below the. I want them back out northwest. Well, my daughter is. She's in Seattle, but my son,
my son can almost write his name now, so that's a pretty big deal.
Yeah, it is. Oh, hey, right now, Stevie, that's a gigantic deal. When your little kid's little, man, you just pump them full of knowledge, because when they're little, they listen to you and they learn quick, man. If you spend time doing it, and if you can.
Lord, my kid's just as stubborn as me, and he does not like to listen. He does not like authority, and I'm just like, is this how I was when I was a kid? Oh my gosh, it must have been hell being my parents, because this is rough. I'm like, I appreciate your anti-authority stubbornness, but you got to learn to write.
Oh, guys, you got to see, like my wife is just like, she can walk up to any kid and sort of, I mean, no matter how they are, like, even if they're like that, she can get into them in like 5 minutes. She's teaching them shit, and they're like sitting on her lap reading books quietly. And I don't know how the hell she does. It's like some kind of mesmo thing she does on them or some. And she's really good at it, but she's the librarian. So she's actually a researcher now, but whatever. But it's like, yeah, I think little people learning it was really hip for us. And so I'm always like, yeah, when I hear people talking about their little kids, because first off,
and you know what else, guys? When the economy crashed, and people were losing their jobs, Obama said, well, go on and get retraining. Go
to... she's in her doctorate now, her doctorate phase now. So it's like, it's kind of a big deal, and so he's working and to support him and everything. So it's just like, it may pay off. That's another one of them. Cross your fingers, Shirley. Maybe her degree will matter somewhere. And from the sound of it, if she gets a degree, it's in some sort of another astronomical numbers kind of stuff that it's really cool. Whatever they're learning is really cool, but I have no understanding of it and won't try to explain it to you. I mean,
I'm thinking about one of Trump rallies. He was talking about and the education. Remember that one guy that was in school in your class? He wasn't good in the classroom, but in vocational, he could take apart a TV and put it back together. We got to bring those kind of schools back. He was conning them people, and what he was saying was true, but
it's to keep them out of the jobs that will actually pay you a decent wage. I mean, you're not going to be making lots of money or, middle class money, really. I mean, sometimes you might be able to with a vocational certification, but I mean, most of them, it's like phlebotomy. You're making minimum wage. You're a CNA. You're going to be making them, close to minimum wage. I mean, it's just another poverty trap. And it's just like, see, we want education. We're giving you education. And it's all a big lie.
Well, yeah, it's a scam. And it was not only overlooked, but paid off by our government. A lot of those were government student loans. And it doesn't matter where you went to, you're responsible for them. I mean,
yeah.
Obama did make a little noise about trying to get, something going. And they did do the one school that got in trouble, but, there's a zillion of them. And they do it all to kids. They're just sucking every last nickel they can get out of somebody, from the time that they start in their working life till the day they're dying and they paid off that $27. You send us $25 a month, and your loved ones will never have to worry again because they'll have all this money to bury you and everything. I mean, they're sucking every last cent out of us.
That's what makes me think about these vocational commercials. I just saw one. It was like a little cartoon. I think it's for Phoenix University. It might have been on Hulu or something, and it shows like this woman and she's working and she gets laid off, and then she's so upset, and then she goes online and applies at Phoenix, and her life's transformed because she went and got a degree at Phoenix. Like, that's not these online colleges and these like vocational schools. They don't they don't carry any weight. Like, a lot of places don't recognize them, and you can't get jobs with that kind of stuff.
And
my thing is,
even if you can,
when I was in high school, they had auto mechanic shops, and other schools, public schools, had welding shops. Because I knew somebody that was in a welding shop, and they got a good damn job if they got right out of high school. You don't have that anymore. They took that out of school, just like gym.
Yep. And the other thing about it though too is you shouldn't have to pay to be taught how to weld. An apprentice program or learning on the job kind of thing, however they want to do it, but somebody should be paying you to learn how to weld. I mean, because it's not like getting a graduate's degree. It's like what you're saying, Stevie. You're coming out of there, and it's better than minimum wage, but it's not much better than minimum wage. Even if you find a job and you've got a bunch of student debt on top of it, I learned welding. I learned, I could have worked as much as I wanted to probably and got my certifications. And certifications are kind of tricky for welding because you have to recertify all the time and stuff. But, if you're a good welder, it's not a problem. But, I learned that in my apprenticeship, and I got paid, I wasn't paid minimum wage for that period because that was when that was part of my school day when Philly schools were on. We had 1 day a week school that we had to go 8 hours a day there, and we got paid it went like $6, $7, $8, and $9 when you got in your fourth year apprenticeship. and that's how much they paid you, or they would jump it up every 6 months or something. But you would make more, but you were still weren't making like great money or anything, but you were making something for your day. And then you got paid on the job, you got paid the apprenticeship rate, which meant you didn't have to know everything and you just had to hustle, but you could learn as much as you wanted to from guys if you spent the time doing it. And that's how you learn things, is with things like that, with like mechanics. I've seen the one for fixing Harleys. If every guy that was turn wrenches on Harleys had a shop, they would be like Starbucks. I mean, there's a zillion people that own a Harley that dream about doing nothing but taking apart Harleys and putting them back together, but there ain't that many jobs doing it,
This might be a bit of a off topic here, but we just got our first Starbucks, and I am kind of excited. I know they're just a corporate terrible monster, but I want to try their coffee.
Don't get too excited. They're expensive as hell.
I was like, we're just moving on up in the world. We got Starbucks with a drive-through. Like, usually you have to drive, freaking 30 minutes or something to find a Starbucks, and then you have to go in the mall and stuff. I'm like, we're getting ritzy around here.
This kind of weather, I like the venti mocha with an extra shot of chocolate and 6 shots of espresso, and they whip that up with ice, and other places do it with ice cream, which is even better. But it's Starbucks. That's the cold one for the summer. That'll get you going, Stevie.
Yeah. Oh my gosh. Like, you can't even find a coffee shop around here. There used to be a couple of like mom and pop places, but I mean, if you want coffee, you're just going to make it your own damn self or go to McDonald's.
Well, in Philly, as I remember Philly, it was, if you want coffee, you went to a diner and got coffee, and it wasn't anything other than, in fact, when the Roach Coach came out, if you didn't tell the guy specifically you wanted black, or like you wanted cream with no sugar or sugar with no cream, he would just be dumping both in as they're filling up. He's dumping the cups with cream and cream mix and sugar, and handing them guys. And that was back when the little Dixie cup was a coffee cup, basically. Now we're drinking like big gulp coffee cups, which works for me because I like drinking coffee.
Well, I'm not a coffee drinker, honestly.
Well, I live in the Northwest, so it's like a given. You have to drink coffee, and there's a zillion. The nice thing about here is there's a zillion shops that do everything that Starbucks do, but better, and they're mom and pop shops, and it's a lot of fun to go in them. If you ever get to,
if I invite guests over my house that drink coffee, I can't offer them coffee because I don't even have a coffee maker.
Oh, what the fuck is the name of the place now? Oh, Hell's Bells. It's where I got my not for douchebag. It says Portland, Oregon, not for douchebags. I got my sticker, Anna Bananas. That's it. You go to Anna Bananas and get coffee. That's the place. They're nice peoples. Anna Bananas, and then there's I can't remember, it's Kortzka Coffee or something like that. And the lady that owns it owns this really cool, it's like a hotel, but it's only like a dozen rooms, but every room is a different author. There's no TVs in the place. It's all just books and like fireplaces and stuff like that. And then it sits right on the ocean, so you can watch. Like, we went in November and the weather was funky. You got wind coming in and everything, but it was like, we slept in the Melville room one time, and then we all slept in like a dorm room. It was cheaper for us all to, but it was dirt cheap compared to other places, and it was a lot of fun, But what the hell was the name of that place? I don't know. Anyhow, she was a funky lady.
Is the fly still here?
Nope. It looks like we got And Dave.
We got 7 people here, but it's only me and Broken and Stevie talking.
We got
two of those are mine.
And the Dave. I don't know how to say that one. And then Forsaken still here. And Bond still here. So, but yeah, I mean, you know, that place, Quartz Coffee, to get people to not sit very long, she had like one table that would disappear into the wall slowly. So you'd be sitting at the table and the table would slowly disappear. Like the chairs and the table were all meant to rotate into the wall somehow. Or the table, I can't remember. But anyhow, you feel pretty uncomfortable like sitting there very much longer. She had all these weird, they have like, it's like some sort of playland there. I don't know, but Anna Bananas is cool because it's just like old hippie kind of people.
There's we got one here called Taylor's, and I don't know how they're still open. I guess just because they've earned it with their amazingness, because they're an independent bookstore and like coffee shop, and they got like a little art gallery in it, and they've been open for I don't even know how many years, but they have amazing coffee, and like it's just like crazy to see like an independent bookstore these days, you know.
We had, I mean, we had a little place in Battleground when I lived there that we had our book club meetings at. And that was a used bookstore. Oh man, I love used bookstores. But we have a house full of, there's books everywhere in our house. You know, we have like a zillion bookcases and they're spread out. And that's like, everything's been read by somebody most of the time, but it was a cool place to pick up classics to read, because that's what I've done. I've sort of went back and read the things I was supposed to read in high school, but skipped. And actually, I reread things like Brave New World is totally different reading it as an adult as reading it in high school. You know, all the things I was supposed to learn about it, I understand now better. You know, and same thing with 1984.
And my thing is, they need to bring Schoolhouse Rock back on TV. They really do.
Well, they need to.
And I know they won't.
Shirley, I lucked out, and when I was a little kid, it was when PBS really went after sort of teaching kids things. And yes. I feel like I was lucky because all the sort of older hippie types, you know, like Jim Henson and that whole crew went into PBS and sort of made relatable things that teach children things. And they still do it. I mean, you know, as goofy as I thought Barney the dinosaur was, I understood why my kids dug him, because he was simple. He spoke to kids like he spoke to everyone else, and he made everything easy for them. Didn't make things hard for them the way, you know, life is really like. But they made it so you learn things. And like Sesame Street used to be just, before they sort of learned about attention deficit and everything else, they used to do like quick clips of things, you know, like the 5 banana pies guy would come down and crash, and you know, all the other things. That was when all that happened. So I feel lucky that I got to see it when it was sort of raw, and everybody was doing it. I think really did it out of a love to want to teach kids, you know. Like Mr. Rogers.
I think now the Koch brothers are putting money into PBS.
Well, yeah. I mean, but everything, I mean, their newscast is useless. I mean, it used to be.
I don't think Sesame Street's even on PBS anymore. You got to have HBO to watch it now.
I think that they have reruns.
Like, did you hear HBO got hacked? Did you hear that? HBO got hacked. Somebody hacked their system, and they got a lot of their episodes.
Well, I don't know. I'm one of those. I don't like spoilers things, so
Yeah, but they
tend and
hacked
that
them.
and whenever anything like that comes out, I'm always, I don't know shit about the computers and stuff, and whenever I see like things that are like that, where it's really easy for them to scam you into some sort of thing that's going to blow up your phone or something dumb, I always steer clear of those things because I figure there's probably a zillion places you can get it and it's perfectly fine and everything's fine. But I'll go to the one place where it's some phishing scam or some sort of, some internet thing that I don't understand that I just get taken advantage of somehow,
But my thing is with the CIA doing their little things with the computer system, they left it vulnerable for others to hack our systems here.
Well, I'll tell you what, guys, you worn me down. Much love to everybody and everybody that's still here. I'll check you out tomorrow or whenever. I'll be around. If I'm not here, I'm sleeping or something, or too grumpy to come on.
All right. Yeah, I think probably now's a good time to end it. We've been on here like 4 or 5 hours this time. Cut it short tonight. Night, everybody.
Good night.